Hello everyone. Welcome to a class of building websites using Python tutorial. For learning how you can build different Python websites with different kind of framework. So if you're planning to learn to build different website using Python, then you are in the right place because in this class we'll cover everything to get you started with building website using Python. So now let's take a look what you learned from this class. 1. Creating a website using Flask and Python. So Flask is basically a framework which we are going to use. And second one is creating templates for your website, which is the template for the Flask website where I have used the Flask framework. I have created the template in a different chapter. So both of these are a single website. And the third one is building a simple website using Streamlit. Streamlit is also a different function which we have used in creating a web page. Okay, that is another framework. And the other one, or the fourth one, is making a multi-page website in Python. So a web page or a website having more than one page, which is redirecting to different pages, is known as a multi-page website. I've shown you guys how to make that. And making a website using Python and Taipy. Okay, so Taipy is also a framework which I have used inside my website. You guys can also check that one out. I have tried to explain to you guys quite easily. And the next one is making a website using Python and Anvil. Okay, so Anvil is a graphical framework which you guys can check from your web. If you just type anvil.work, you will be redirected. Sign up and make sure to go through all of this. A very easy way to create some stunning website. Very easy to create the UI as well. And lastly, I have shown you guys how you can create a login form using Python Tkinter. Okay, so Tkinter is also another framework. I have showed you guys how to create a web page. And also, after completing this class, you will be able to learn the basics of web development, different Python framework for web development. There is such as Anvil, Taipy. We have learned about Flask. We are going to learn about Tkinter and also about the Streamlit. And also you are going to have the front-end basics and integration. You will be able to learn about the database management. You will be able to learn form handling and data validation, which we have learned in detail in our Anvil class. And also, after creating each and every website, we will be testing and debugging. So you will be learning all of that. So you will have supported resources in this class. So it will be easier for you to learn and understand. During learning, if you guys face any issue or if you guys have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So now let's start learning to build websites using Python together.
Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to the first chapter of building website using Python. So now this is chapter number 1 where I will be showing you guys about creating a website using Flask and Python. Okay, so we learned that how you can create a website from scratch and with a limited time. Okay, so these are going to be very simple websites, but I'll be teaching you guys the very basics of how to create. And if you want to design those things a bit, you can do that as well right over here. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. Over here, we are going to learn that how you can create a website using Python and Flask. Okay, so you guys might be wondering like what Flask is. So Flask is basically a microwave framework. Okay, so we are going to learn the very basics of Flask, like how you are going to create a website using Flask. And like if you are comparing this particular thing to any kind of what to say, if you're comparing this to Django, like using which you can also create a website, like it is a lot simpler than Django. Like if you do have any knowledge about Django, then you will be able to work in Flask as well. It's kind of similar, like it that is also a web framework, okay, which you can import. And I will tell you that if you do have any virtual environment, like if you do have a IDE, in that case, you guys can go and install Flask directly from there. Otherwise, if you don't have that, you can also install it anywhere from your command prompt. Okay, so just come here and you can just type command prompt. And over here now, you need to make sure that you create up a file. Okay, so before that, let's come here. And over here, basically, let's go to desktop. And from here, basically, you can actually create up a file. Okay, so let's say website using Flask. And make sure to select the directory. Okay, so over here, I'm gonna go with building 6 website using Python. So instead, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come here and let's Control C to copy, Control V to paste. Let's click on enter. And here, as you guys can see, that building 6 website is not recognized as an internal or external command or an operable program or batch. Okay, so instead what I can do right over here is I can just go into my file. Let's say if I'm just using any IDE, let's open up a folder, and from here now I can just select this. Let's click on select folder, and this is the type of page I will be able to see. So from here I can actually create up a new file, and I can just name this one as 1.py. And now I'll just click on enter, and here you guys can see now I do have one Python file right over here. And from this top options, I'll be selecting a terminal. Let's go with a new terminal right over here. And the first thing is I need to install Flask. Okay, so to install Flask, make sure that you have uh, the directory over here. Then I'll just type pip install Flask. Okay, so let's come here and let's click on enter. And here you guys will be able to see that your Flask will basically be installed. So as you guys can see over here that I already do have installed Flask. Here it's showing me that requirements already satisfied. Okay, so it's already being downloaded. And now once you are done installing Flask, okay, and if you do have problem installing Flask using pip install Flask, you can also use pip3 install Flask. Otherwise you can use pip m3 install Flask, otherwise pip install 3 Flask. Okay, you guys can use those keywords as well. Okay, So from here, the very first thing what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna import the Flask, or I'm just going to import this framework into this particular file in which I'm working. So I will just type install Flask. So now what I'm gonna do is it's exactly not import. First, I need to type from Flask. Now import Flask. Okay. So here, if you guys will take a look, don't get confused that you need to use a small letter over here from Flask, import Flask. But here you need to make sure that you do have a capital letter once you are importing Flask. Okay. So now to create the instance over here, now I'm going to come here and now I am going to type app equals to, and I again need to import Flask over here. Like I will just type Flask, then I will just open the column. Like I'll just open the parenthesis over here and I will just type underscore underscore main. Then I will just put underscore right over here back again. And now I will just click on enter. Let's come back again. And now over here, I am going to use a if statement. Okay. So I will just type if underscore underscore, and I will just type name. Then I'll just type underscore underscore, then double equals to, and now over here, I am going to name my component as main again. Okay. So for that, now I will just use the single quote or double quote is also fine. I'll just use the double quote. Then I will just put underscore underscore main underscore underscore. And at last over here, I am going to use out colon. Okay. So I'll just come here and I'm going to use a column. And lastly, I'm just going to type app dot run. Then I'll just close down the parenthesis. Okay. So over here, this is the simplest way of how you will be able to create just the body of this particular website. Here you guys can see that first I do have imported Flask over here. Then I do have a created variable which is app equals to, then I have imported Flask, I have named it inside, and after that use the if statement. And here you guys can see it's equals to main, and after that I do give the command as app.run. So well, as the framework is done, now the next thing what I'm gonna do over here is I need to create pages for my website. Okay, like you do have created a website, but you need pages inside the website. Okay, so for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to define a function. Okay, so to define a function, you always type def in Python. So I'll just type def, and after that, now I am going to name this. Okay, so I'm going to name this one as my home. Okay, so I'm just going to write my home, and now I'm just going to come here and I'm just going to open out the parenthesis. Now I will just use colon and let's click on enter. And here inside the function, you guys can see that I already have an indentation right over here. Okay, so if you take a look, you guys can see that, well, there is a indentation right on the left hand side. Okay, and now once I've defined this function, now I can just write the HTML of my website right over here. So in that case, I do want to return something. Now let's open out the double quote. Okay, so I have opened up the double quote, and now I am going to type this is the home page for my website. Okay, so you guys can just put anything, whatever you want, but as I'm just showing you guys an example, I'm going to return this particular thing. And as well as for that, you guys can also use the h1 tag. Okay, so you guys can also use h1 tag. If you know HTML, you guys are well familiar with those things. Okay, so let's come right over here and let me just show you guys that how it will actually look if you have a h1 tag. Okay, so let's come here, let's type h1, let's close this down, and now I will just use some capital letters. I will just type my website, and I'll just close down the h1 tag as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's close down my h1 tag. And yeah, as this is basically done, here you guys can see I do have created one page. Okay, like this is the home page. Well, now I do have created the home page as well. Okay, so I do have defined the function, I have created the home page. But now the next thing is that I need to create a route for my home page. Okay, like I have created the home page, but how I'm going to access this particular page over here? So we're gonna learn about that. Okay, like if I do want to basically access this particular home page, what I'm gonna do. So for that, now let's come here, let's come down. Okay, and from here now let's come on the sixth line over here, and I am going to type at app dot root. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure, and now I do have to make sure that I add the directory of the root of my home page. So now over here in this particular root, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to define this one as hash. Okay, as you guys can already see that I do have that particular slash right over here. Okay, so now as you have already seen that I do have actually put out the route over here as well. Now you want to see, well, you do have created the route as well. Now if I just come here and if I also just type slash home, okay, as you guys can see, this is my home over here. Like the function which I have defined is named as my home, so it will basically return me this. Okay, so now let's just check everything over here, and now let's try to run. So over here, as you guys can see, here I do have a problem. So these are just basic problems over here. I do have a slash. So now again, let's run this. And here, as you guys can see, that serving Flask app 1 debug mode off, and here this is a development server, do not use in production deployment, so I don't need to. And now the next thing what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to come here and I'm just going to copy this particular URL. Okay, so as you guys can see, running on http 127.001 5000, control C to copy, and from here you guys can just go to any of your server. Let's come over here, control V, and if you click on enter, here now you guys are able to see that I do have my website right over here. So if you just take out a look, if you just see that here in this first one, I basically had this in my output. Okay, here you guys can see this is the home page for my website, which I do have here on top. And on my h1 tag, you guys can see I do have used all the capital letters. You guys can see my website, and here also it's written as my website. Okay, so as you guys can see, these things are right over here. But now if I try to modify this, let's say if I just type underscore my let's type this without caps, my home. Okay, and if I just click on enter, you guys are able to see that it shows that not found. The requested URL was not found on the server. If you entered the URL manually, please check your spelling and try again. Okay, so if I'm just typing this, as you guys can see, if I'm just typing slash my home, I'm not able to see this thing. Okay, so for that, now let me just tell you guys few of the other things of creating a website right over here. Okay, so now let's come here and let's define out a new function. Okay, so for that I will just type def. Okay, I will just give out a space, and now I am going to name this particular function as user page. Okay, so I'm just going to write def user page. Now let's open this parenthesis over here, and inside the parenthesis now I'm just going to put out a variable. Okay, inside the function I'm going to mention. Okay, so over here now let's go with the name, and now I will just close this down with a colon. Let's click on enter, and over here now I am going to return. I'll just type return over here. Let's give it up a space, and after that I'm just going to use out a f function. Okay, so I will just type f over here, and after that I will just open my quotation. So now after you have added out the f string right over here, as you guys can see, so now over here basically I am going to return. Okay, so let's come right over here, and I'm just going to return, let's say hi, and I'm going to create a second bracket over here. Okay, so I'm just going to create that. Let's come here. And now inside this one, I am going to put out the same variable which I do have put over here. Okay, so I can just put out the same input. So basically what will happen over here is, let's say I do have put out the f string, and inside this I do have written hi. Then I do have put out the output same as the one which I have mentioned in the function. Okay, so as this is basically done, now let's put out the exclamation. Okay, so I will just put out the exclamation basically inside the double quote. So let's come here, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I am going to define the root. Okay, so over here now I am going to define the root, and for that now let's say at app dot root, and now I am just going to do a bit different over here. And over here, the first function, as you guys can see, I do have mentioned that if you just put out a slash, and that's how it works. But now I am going to basically add some tags. Okay, so let's open the double quote right over here. And after that, now let's put out a slash. And now I am just going to open out a tag, and I'm just going to mention some name. So what will happen is, like if I just add another tag right over here, whatever I mention inside this tag, inside this root, let's say here in the user page, I do have mentioned this output name. So whatever I will mention it right over here, it will basically be seen over here once you return your user page function. Okay, so I can just put out name, otherwise I can just put out anything else. Let's say I will just put yield is. Okay, you can just put out anything right over here. So now over here, let's run this particular thing right over here. And before that, I need to make sure that I stop. So I'll just click on Control C right over here, and you guys can just type it multiple time, okay, to quit this one. And once you're done, I will just go to my wait page right over here. So well, now over here, as you guys can see, I will just run this particular thing. Okay, so let's click on run right over here. And once you're done, let's come here. Let's follow this particular link. And as you guys can see, this is basically the home page. But now, as you guys can see, now if I just put slash my home, okay, and if I just click on enter, here now you guys can see it's written hello, my home. Okay, so if you just come here, hello, world, my world. Okay, and if I just click on enter, now it will show me hello my world. Okay, so whatever information do I exactly put right over here, it will show me the same thing, because over here in this particular function I have mentioned the root. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have this double quote, then I do have the slash, and I do have used the tags, and inside the tag I have mentioned the function. Whichever thing I'll put over here, it will be displayed right in the return in form of HTML. Okay, so that's how it basically works. And if you want to quit this one, you guys can click on Control C to basically quit. So now as this is basically done, now the next thing what I'm gonna do right over here is I'm going to show that how you can basically redirect. Okay, so for that now I will just click Control C to stop this one, and now I will just come here on top and I will just put out a comma, and over here now I am going to type redirect. Okay, so I'll just type redirect, let's put comma, and I'll just type URL underscore for. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have put redirect and URL underscore for. And now I am going to define another function right over here. Okay, so I'll just type at app dot route, and over here now I'm just going to mention the name of this particular function. So for that I will just go with first. Okay, so let me just type first right over here in the app root. Let's click on enter, and now I'm just going to def first, and over here I'm just going to open the parenthesis. And now as I do have defined the function, I'm not going to put anything inside my function. So now let's go out with the colon. Let's click on enter, and there I do have the indentation. It is defined as a function, and over here I want it to return. And what I'm gonna do is that anytime I come here and anytime I put out this particular function, or I put out this root, I want it to return me a particular page. Let's say I want it, I want this particular function to redirect me to this page or to this page. So let me just show you guys with the home page, because it will be a lot easier, because here it's a bit complicated. Okay, so now I will just click on return, and now I am going to type redirect. I will just type redirect, then double quote, and just type URL underscore for. Then I'll just open parenthesis. Then I'll just type home. And as you guys can see now, I do have defined that well. Once I define this first function, it should redirect me to the home page. Okay. So in that particular page, let's run this thing back again. And as you guys can see now, I will just come here and I will basically follow this particular link. And you guys can see that it is basically returning me to the home page in which I work. So if I just click on refresh, it will just stay right over here and it will always redirect me to my home page. Okay, so that's how it actually works. And yeah, I hope you guys to have just understood this first part of how you can create out a basic website using Flask. And in the next class, we are going to learn that how you can just modify this particular website using HTML and few of the advanced options. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where I'll be showing you guys about creating templates for your website. So in our last class, we do have learned that how you can actually work with the frame of a particular website, like how you'll be able to create those. But here in this chapter, we are going to create templates for a particular website to make it look better and to make it look more organized. So we'll be using different kind of languages over here as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, that this is basically the work in which I was working on. Okay, so this was basically the page in which I was working on in our last class. And now in our last class, we do have learned that, let's say, if from this user page, or let's say my home function, if you want to come over here, or from this particular page you want to get redirected to the home page, you guys can get redirected to the home page. Okay, but now, let me just tell you guys and show you guys an example. Let's say if you want to see this particular page, which is there as slash first, and you want to view the user page over here, and in the output, in the return option, you also want to see some other name, how you will be able to do that. But if, in last class, we do have learned that if I return redirect URL for and then I put the name, it will return the same thing. But here now, if I just do the same thing, let's say if I just come here and if I just type user page over here, it won't basically matter. Okay. But what will actually happen right over here is it will just show that particular page. Okay. So for that, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I will just skip it like this because over here actually I do have mentioned the name. Okay, so over here actually I do have mentioned it. And now let's come right over here. And after the user page, I will be giving out a comma. So this is the name of the page in which I do want to redirect. Okay, so this is the page name and this is basically the function, and inside the function basically I do have a parameter. So for that particular parameter, what I'm gonna do is I am going to name the parameter. Okay, so I will just name the parameter. I need to make sure that there is no spelling mistake. Okay, so I will just put equals to. Now let's open the double quote, And under name, you guys can just put on any name. Let's go with Joshua. I will just close this down with a double quote right over here as well. Let's come over here, and after Joshua, if you want to use out an exclamation mark, let's come here. I can also use out an exclamation mark. Let's come here and let's put out an exclamation right over here. So let me just take a look over here as well. And now if I come here and if I just put slash first, okay, as this is the route I do have selected, if I try to go into this particular page, I will basically be redirected to the user page with hi name. Okay, so over here, name I have put equals to Joshua exclamation. So if you do want to test this thing out, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I am going to run this. So let's come here and let's run this thing out. As you guys can see now, I will just come here. I will just click on follow link. Okay. So here you guys can see. But now instead of this one, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to put slash first. Okay. And here, as you guys can see, once I have put on slash first right over here, you guys can see it's written hi Joshua. Okay, because automatically once I have put out this particular route, which is hash first, it is being redirected to this particular page which I have mentioned. So over here I can just come here and again control S to save this thing up. Now let's come here. Let's try to follow this link. Let's click on follow link. Now let's go with slash first. Let's click on enter. Let's just reload this page. And this is how it will actually look. Otherwise, the same way, if you want to run it again, okay, you guys can come here and control C to quit this one. And let's run this back again. Or let's come here, control C, and let's run this Python file again. Now let's follow this particular link. Now let's go with slash first, enter, and here now I do have hi Joshua, because over here they did have a extra exclamation mark. As I do have already applied this here, then I just deleted that one, saved that particular file, and I quit the previous website in which I was working. So you guys can just close the other files down from here and be redirected to any page as you want. So this was just the beginning. Now we are going to learn that how you can basically create templates. Okay, so we will be applying all the JavaScript, the HTML, the CSS over here, and we'll be creating out the templates. And for that, now let's get started. So now to add HTML files over here, temporarily what I'm gonna do is, as I do have these two URLs over here, I will be deleting those. Okay, so for that, now let's first come over here, Control C to stop or quit. And now let's come here, and over here I am just going to delete this right over here. And as I do have imported Flask, and also I do have imported redirect and URL for, I'm going to come here and I am also going to add some other things right over here. Okay, So for that, now let's come here and I will just add render underscore template. So let's type URL comma render underscore template. Okay, so as you guys can see, it's already right over here. And now, as this part is actually done, now we need to understand, as you guys can see, here in my homepage, I actually do have a sentence and also I do have my HTML. Okay, so this is the H1 tag, and you can also use a slash. Okay, so let's come here. Let's put up a slash H1. And now what I'm also going to do is you can just go into your PC and just go to the page where you are actually opening up the file using which you're working. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is the file website using Flask, and this is my file which is 1.py. Make sure to set those things in a file. Let's say you can also have two Python files in which you're working. Okay, so now let's come here and I'll just click on new and I will just create a new folder. Okay, and I'm just going to name this one as my templates. Okay, so I'm just going to open this my templates and now I'm just going to open it right over here. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna come here, let's right click, let's click on new, and you can just create up a new folder and basically now just name this one as you want. Okay, so mostly for the first HTML file, if you're making, in that case you guys can actually name that thing as index.html, but I will just name this one h1 dot html. Okay, so make sure to use html right over here. Okay, so I will just open one dot html. Okay, so I will just save it as it is over here inside the same folder. Now I'll just close this thing down and I'll just go to file, and from the file option, what I'll do is I am going to open up a new text file. Okay, or let's come here. And now I will just come here. Let's click on open file. And I will just take this one HTML. Let's close this. Or instead is you guys come here and you guys can just delete this one as you have already created a my templates folder. And now minimize this particular part, go to new file, and from here you guys can just go with new text file. And after that, if you do want to save it, let's go with save as, and I'll just go to my templates and I will just name over here as 1html. Okay, so as you guys can see, 1.html. And over here, you guys can also select the type accordingly. But as I do have already given that, so now let's come here. And as you guys can see, this first HTML file is basically being created. So you need to keep that thing in mind that now if I just go here inside my templates, and if I just view it in large icon, you guys can see this is my HTML file now. This is not any kind of folder. So when you hover your mouse over this particular document, you guys can see the document type is HTML document. Let's minimize this thing right over here. And now I am going to write out a HTML file. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to write a HTML file. So for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to open tags. Okay, so let's come here, and I am going to go with doc type, then HTML, and you can also close this down. Now let's click on enter, and now you guys can just start typing accordingly. Okay, so I will just type open the tag HTML, close the tag. Let's click on enter. And the same way, let's come here and I am going to open my tag and I'm going to go with head. I will just close this thing down. Now let's click on enter and under head, now again I'm going to open the tag and I'm just going to put out the title. Let's close this thing down and under title I will just type. So now over here, let's try to add the title. Let's type this is my home page. Okay, so I'm gonna type this one for my title. Let's come here on the head option and I'm going to click tab. Now let's click on enter. And what I'm going to do is over here now I'm going to add out a different tag which is the body tag. Okay, so let's come here. Let's click on enter right over here. And under the body here first I will just put out the h1 tag. Okay, so let's come here, let's put h1. Let's close this thing down and now I will just type the home page in the h1 tag. And now let's click on enter and I will be adding on the paragraph tag as well. And to write the paragraph tag, p tag, then I will just type hi and I will just put out the exclamation mark right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, this particular HTML document is actually ready. So Control S to save it. And now you guys can come to this particular Python file. And if I just click on Control S, this is being saved as well. So now, how you are going to come right over here and how you are going to get this particular HTML on this particular Python file. So for that, what you need to do is you need to come right over here and you need to just delete all the values which you had in your URL return option. Okay, so I will just type return. And from here, you remember over there, we do have actually added this particular function, which is render underscore template. So I will just type render underscore template. And now once I do have written this one, let's open out the parentheses. And after opening up the parentheses, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my double quote. And after opening up the double quote, I will just type 1.html. Okay, so as you guys can see now, whatever name you do have put out, okay, you can just use that one. And now as you guys can see, this the name of my HTML file was 1.html, and Control S to save this particular file. And Control C to stop this, Control C. And again, what I'm gonna do is I am going to run this particular thing. Okay. So as you guys can see now, this particular website is running. Now let's come right over here and let's follow the link. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to push slash. Let's not slash first, but I'm only going to put slash. Otherwise, let's go with slash my home slash my home. So now, as I do have mentioned it right over here as well, the HTML file is here. Now, what I gotta do is Control S to save it. Now, let's run this particular file. And let's check where the problem is. As you guys can see, it's showing me the problem. Let's go to the HTML file. Let's check out the HTML file as well. As you guys can see at line 1, chart 3, at line 1. Okay, so from Flask, import Flask. Now let's try to run this again. And here now it is basically working better. Now let's come here. Let's go to this HTTP file, follow link, and over here you guys can see now I do have written this one. Let's come here. Let's minimize this. Let's go to the VS Code as well. Let's open out the VS Code and let's open it up as well. Okay, so if you just take a look into my HTML file, okay, so you guys will be able to see that under the H1 tag, I do have the name of the home page, and underneath, I do have the paragraph, okay, which is actually uh, located just in between the H1 tag and the like inside the body. Okay, under the H1 tag, I do have the paragraph, and this is how it will appear on your screen. So this is how it basically redirects. But now we are going to learn more about Python and how it actually works for your website. So let's say right over here, as you guys can see, I do have this particular URL page. And specifically, if you do come here and if you want to specifically have a tag, okay? So for that, now let's come here and let's name this one as SOS. And I will just close the SOS tag. Otherwise, what I can do is I can just put the my home tag right over here. Okay. So if I just come here and if I just add this my home tag from here, now I want to have all the things like whenever I type my home, it should be replaced with the HTML which I have. Okay, so if you want to do kind of the same thing after that, what you need to do is you need to go in your HTML file. Okay, and once you're over here in the HTML file, you need to you need to come over here and let's come to this particular place, Control C to quit this one. And as you guys can see, I will just come right over here and I want to add new paragraph. So I'll just click on enter. And after clicking on enter, I will come here and here you guys can see that it's written as hi. So what I'll do is I will come here and I will basically change this one with my home. Okay. So let's come here and I will just delete this one and I will just use the curly braces. Let's come here. Let's add out the curly braces and I will just put out the curly braces over here as well. And let me just put out the content here in the middle. So inside this particular paragraph, okay, I will check what I do have named right over here. So let's say I do have come here and I will just name this one as let's come here and let's go with ABC and I'll just come here and over here I will just put ABC and then I will just put that ABC is equals to gym. Okay, so I'll just type gym right over here and now let's see how it actually looks. So let's go with HTML file. Let's come right over here, Control C to save it. Let's go to this file or Control S to save it and Control S to save it right over here. Let's run this one. And now let's come here. Let's follow this particular link. And now right over here, let's go with slash my home, or you guys can directly go to slash first, otherwise slash my home. So now over here, you guys will see if I just come here and as you guys can see, this particular URL is basically running. And here under the render templates, I do have one.html and under content, I do have name and R is equal to 3 over here. And you guys can use anything else. And under the HTML file over here, I do have the same content. Okay, this particular element or inside the paragraph is inside the double curly bracket and over here I do have mentioned the value of content as name and the value of R as 3. So if I just go to my web page and if I just come here and while giving search, let's say if I just put ABC and if I click on enter here, you guys can see the ABC is basically changing and the value of R is 3. If I just come right over here, let me just put 2, Control S to save it. Now let's go to this particular file and I will just come here. Let's go with AB. And if I just click on enter, you guys can see it has been changed to AB as well. Control S to save the factor of R right over here. So let's come here and let's click on back enter again and whatever I type it will basically be saved right over here. Okay, so the next thing what we are going to learn is basically about the expression statements. Okay, so we'll know how it actually works. So let me just close this thing down. Let me just come down right over here and let me just close this URL as well using Control C. So now over here, as you guys can see, if I want to change this particular expression, let's come right over here, Control S to save it. Let's go to this one.html file, and over here now let me tell you that here inside this particular h1 tag, inside you guys can actually work and basically put on some Python code. So let me show you guys how. So let's come here, let's click on backspace over here, and let's click on tab. And after that, what I'm gonna do is I am going to open out my curly braces. And after curly braces, if you want to write any kind of Python code, you need to make sure that you do the percentage sign right over here. And after that, I am going to type for loop for underscore in range. So I'm just setting out the range right now. Okay, so I will just use the parenthesis. So let me just go on with 12. Okay, so I will just put on 12 right over here. Now let's click on enter. Okay, and now if you wish to, let's come here, let's close down the curly bracket, and over here again I will just put on the percentage sign, and over here I will just type in for. Okay, so over here now you guys can actually see that here you have applied for in range. So 12 times you can basically print, and after that the for statement is basically ending. And inside this particular for statement also you can apply your own kind of Python. Okay, so if I just come here and if I just click on enter, and after that let's click on a tab, and now let's add a text. So I will just add out a paragraph tag right over here, and I am going to type hello guys. Okay, so I will just type this particular thing right over here, and this is how it actually works. And now you can also run this thing out as well. But also over here inside, let's say instead of this we can also put this one as an x. Okay, so for x, okay, so let's say for x in range till 12. Okay, and afterwards we can also give out some logic. So let's click on enter right over here. Now let's click on adding a tab over here, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open up the curly braces, and after opening up the curly braces, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and as now we are going to work on with the if statement, I am going to put on the percentile sign, and after putting on the percentile sign right over here, I am going to tell that if x is, let's come here again, percentile sign is 2, and I will just put a double equal to right over here. Then I'm going to put 1 right over here. So in that case, what I want to do is in the paragraph, it should be X. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll just put it should be X. And afterwards, here I do have the end for statement, but after ending the if statement, I will also put on the end statement as well. So let's come right over here. Let's click on tab. Now let's click on enter, and right over here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to put on the curly braces, and after putting on the curly braces, percentile percentile, and I will just type in if. Okay, so I'm gonna type in if. Let's come right over here, and this is how it actually looks. Let's see, and you can also save this thing up using Control S. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I have used Control S. Let's go to the Pi one. And from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to delete each and everything and Control S to save it back again. Control C. And after that, I will just run this thing. And as you guys can see, the URL is being generated. Let's click on follow link, and after that I am going to go with underscore my home. And here, once I click on enter, you guys can see it is showing me all 6x. Okay, so you guys might be thinking, well, why it is only showing x right over here? So again, let's once go to my HTML file, and if you see in the HTML file, in the for loop, I have mentioned that for x in range should be in between 12. Okay, and under if statement, I am telling that if x is divided by 2, it will be equals to 1. Okay, so over here, under this particular paragraph, I have to make sure to get any statement, I have to put or make this x as variables. Okay, so I will just come right over here, and I will just make this one variable. Control S to save it. Let's go to pi 1 and Control C. I will just come here, Control C, and I'll stop this one, and let me just run this thing again. And once you're done running, let's come here, let's click on follow link. Now my home, and you guys can see that I do have all the numbers over here. Okay, so let's take a look at the HTML file over here as well. It is just exactly as the same as the logic which I have inside my HTML file. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create templates, and I have showed you guys a lot of things over here throughout this particular chapter. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we're gonna learn more about building website using Python. Take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of building website using Python. So now this is the chapter number 3, where I'll be building a simple website using Streamlit. Okay, so I'll be explaining you guys from the very beginning of create a simple website using Streamlit over here. And we will also use Python in the process. So let's not waste much time, and let's get started. Over here, as you guys can basically see, this is actually the home page, or let's say just the monitor of my PC. And over here, I'll be teaching you guys how you can actually create a website using Streamlit. Okay, but before that, the first thing what we need to do is we need to learn how to actually save up the documents for the file. Okay, so if you do want to create a separate file, let's say I will just name this one as Streamlit 1. Okay, so I'll just name this particular folder. And inside that Streamlit one folder, I will be creating a new folder. Let's go to new, let's click on folder, and I will just change it to large icons. Let's go with dot Streamlit. Okay, so I will just create this particular folder, which is dot Streamlit, and I will also create another folder, and I will basically name that particular folder as assets, and the next folder as styles. And over here now, let's create up a new folder, and this one I will be naming as Streamlit underscore application dot py. Okay, so once I create this particular folder, or let's say if you just come here, if you want to basically create something new instead of a folder, you guys can also do that. Here, basically for the file which I have created, which is streamlit.application.py, let me just delete this particular folder. Instead, what I'll do is I will just right click on my screen, and I'll just click on show more options. Let's click on new, and I will specifically take a text document. Okay, so let's type streamlit underscore application dot py. Okay, click on yes, and as you guys can already see that this particular file has already been changed into a Python file. Okay, and the same way again, what I'm gonna do is right click, let's click on show more options, let's go to new. From here, let's go to text document, and now I will be typing over here as my requirements. So I will just type my requirements over here, and this is just the outline of how you are going to set before you start working. You can name your folder as you like, as you wish to. Okay, and now the next thing what I'm going to do over here is I'm just going to go inside the DOS Streamlit folder, and here as you guys can see I will just keep all these things quite like this. I won't try to change anything as well, but first I will just go to .streamlit file. Let's go to this particular folder, let's right click, let's click on show more options, let's go to new, let's go to new text document. Now I will just choose some large icons. Now let's rename this thing. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just type config dot toml. Okay, so it's called toml. Okay, so I will just create this particular folder. Okay, make sure to put .toml, and we will work with this later. I will just keep this particular thing inside the .streamlit folder. Okay, just remember in which places I'm putting what all folders. So if you do those accordingly, it will be a lot easy for you to create a particular website within minutes. Okay, so we have already created this config.toml file, what we can basically do right over here is if you want to give your background some different colors, or not only background, maybe the secondary colors what you want to use. Okay, actually, like if you do want to save out a theme. Okay, so if you don't have a theme, you guys can just go on to your Google and basically search for different kind of themes, and you will have a lot of options from which you guys can actually check from. Okay, for me, what I'm gonna do right over here is I am gonna come here and I'm going to actually show you guys how you can actually write some theme. Okay, so you guys can just come here and you guys can actually check over here that they do have these colors used throughout Streamlit application. Okay, so these are few of the color codes, and I'll also show you how you can use those color codes. Let's right click, let's click on open, and over here now you guys will be able to see that how it actually works. Okay, so let's come here and I'll just open out this bracket. Let me just type theme. uh, let's click on enter, and if I just type, let's say I will just type out a comment. Okay, so I just want to save this one as primary color for interactive elements. And now if I just come down and if I just type primary color underscore, or let's go with color. Now I will just put that double quote over here. And what I'm gonna do is I can just come here in my Google and I can just take any color from here according to my liking. Okay, so if I just go with this white color, or let me just go with this red color, Control C to copy, and I will just click on Control V. Let's close down this double quotation, and simply like this you guys can mention that what color you are looking for right over here, and search for that particular color code, and you guys can print those things accordingly. The same way, if you want to change the background color, you guys can also change out the background color as well. Okay, so if I just come here and let me just save a background color. Okay, so I will just go with background color. Let's come down over here, let's click on enter, and now let's type background color, and I'll just come here, double quote, and let me just put on some white colors itself. Okay, so let's come here and uh let me just go with this one, Control C. Let's come here and Control V. Let's go on with the double quote, and now Control S to save it. Okay, so this particular file is being saved. And if you don't want to use any kind of theme as well, there is no use. Like if you don't want to use it, there is nothing as such that you have to have a theme. You might not have as well, but still you can create up a website. And this is done. Once I am done creating config.toml file, now I will just go back And over here now I can just put out different lottie animation. Okay, so I do have downloaded this particular animation right over here. Let's go to desktop, let's go to my resource file and Streamlit 1. I will just go to assets and I will just download, or I will just cut it right over here. So let me also show you that how you guys can actually download that. So if I just come here and over here, if I just type Lottie files, here you guys can see there is a website known as Lottie files. So make sure to come here into this particular app or this particular website, and from here you need to make sure that you log in using your Gmail account. It is actually free to download. Let's say if I want to download any kind of a car animation, let's say, okay, for my website. So in that case, here they'll be showing you guys different kind of animation from which you guys can choose from. Let's say I like this particular animation. So I'm just going to click on this particular animation and now I will just click on download from here. So it might take some time, totally depends on your net speed and on your PC. And once you're done with this particular part, make sure to download the JSON file of this. Okay, so I will just click on download, and here you guys can see the animation is basically being downloaded. So let's go to downloads, and here you guys can see the animation. Let's cut it. Let's go to desktop. Let's go to the resource file, Streamlit 1. Let's go to assets and I will just close this down right over here. So now let's go back, and after that let's go to this styles folder, and after going to styles folder, let's right click, let's click on show more options, let's click on new, and from here I will just click on new text document. And after that, over here, I'm going to create up a file known as style.css. So I will, and as you guys can see, now this particular file has been changed to a style.css file. Okay, so over here, if you want to add any kind of design, so I will just write some simple stuff, which is main menu. Okay, so I'm just creating out a comment at first. Let's go with curly braces and I will just type visibility is going to be hidden. Okay, so visibility is going to be hidden. Let's click on enter, and also I want a header. Okay, so for that I will just type header. Now let's open out the curly braces, and after that let's type visibility hidden. So this is basically done. Control S to save it. So once this is done as well, let's click on Control S to save it. Control S to save it. And now let's minimize this one. Okay, so the Streamlit is done. I have downloaded the assets, and also I have actually created a folder or a text file. Okay, so a CSS file in my styles option. Now the next thing what is left here is I will just go to this my requirements text box. Okay, so inside this particular notebook I will put whatever I basically need to create this particular website. So I can just resize this as well. So I will just place it right over here, and I'm just going to type Streamlit double equal to 1.29.0, Let's click on enter. Streamlit underscore extras double equal to 0.36, or you guys can type 0.3.6. Now let's type Streamlit underscore Lottie, then 0.0.5. So Control S to save it, as you guys can see. So I will just close this one, and you guys can see this particular text file has basically being written. So for working in Streamlit, we basically need Streamlit. So for that, I do have this command, which is Streamlit 1.29.0. And now after that, we do have Streamlit Extras and Streamlit Lottie. So Streamlit Extras and Streamlit Lotties are for the animation which I have downloaded from the Naughty files. Okay, so from that Lottie files, basically it will help you to run that particular animation inside your website. Okay, so that is quite important. So I can just close this one down, but after that I will just right click, and from here I can just go to any command prompt. Okay, so from that particular command prompt, if you want to see more option, you guys can just click on show more option. So now let's come and let's right click. Let's click on show more options, and now I will just open this particular thing over here inside the terminal. Okay, so in this particular terminal, what I'm gonna do is I am going to type pip install /r. Then I will just type my folder name, which is my requirements.txt. And if I just click on enter, here now you guys will be able to see that it will just install all the things which you have given command in this particular text file. So here you guys can see it is actually downloading Streamlit. It is downloading all the numpy and whatever command is basically needed. Okay, so let's just wait for some time. Totally depends on how long does it take to install all the files. So you can just wait for it. Otherwise, you can just do your other works. Let's say downloading your animations and thing. Okay, so you guys can actually do that right over here. So once you are done, okay, like once you're done working with all of this thing right over here, so now I will be opening up my Python file. Okay, and after uploading or after opening up the Streamlit underscore application dot the Python file, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to import everything. Let's say from pathlib import path. Then I will also import JSON. Okay, so I will import JSON file. Let's click on enter, and I will also import Streamlit as st. Then from Streamlit, as I'm working with this third party Streamlit underscore lottie import st underscore lottie. Okay, so now let's click on enter, and now I will just type from Streamlit underscore extras dot let underscore it underscore rain. So this is basically an animation kind. So I want to import this as rain. So now over here, as I do have imported these things, I will just write a comment. And in this particular comment, I'll be now setting in all the directories. Okay, so directories and the file paths. Okay, so I will just add the directories and all the path of the file which I am going to include in my website. So the first one, I will name this one as this underscore dir is equal to path. Let's open parenthesis. Now I will just come here underscore underscore. Then I will just type file underscore underscore. Then I will just put dot uh, parent. Now let's click on enter, and let's click on enter right over here again. Let's type css underscore file. Okay, so where I do have added my css file. Okay, so over here under assets, you guys can see that I do have this particular animation. So let's decrease the size as well right over here. And under styles, I do have my style.css. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just add the file location. Okay, so the name of the folder is styles, and under this we do have style.css. Yeah, styles and style.css. So css file equal to this dir, which is this directory. Then I will just put out slash. Now let's give it out a space, double quote to open this one, and the file name was styles. Then I will just come here, let's give it up the space, and again I will just open up the slash, and under styles I do have named the file as style dot css. Okay, so as the css part is actually done, so now as this is done, okay, so let's come here, let's click on enter. Now the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to type assets. Okay, so assets, then I will put equal to, and over here also I'll just do the same. Let's put on the equal to, so I'll just put equal to over here, and over here also I can check where my assets folder is. But before that, let's come here and I will just type this directory. Okay, so I will just type this directory space slash. Let's open up the double quote, and over here I do have named my file as assets, or let's check the spelling over here. Desktop, the resource file, Streamlit 1, ASSETS. Okay, so I will just type ASSETS. So this is the folder name. Let's click on enter. And from here, now I will add the Lottie animation, which was the JSON file, if you guys have remember. So as I'm just putting this particular animation inside the web as well, I need to make sure that I do add the directory and the file path because I do want to upload it initially. Okay, so I will just name this one as Lottie animation. So let's go with Lottie underscore animation equal to assets. Okay, so I will just take this same assets over here. This is the consent. Okay, so assets slash, let's open out the double quote, and I'm going to name this one as car underscore animation dot JSON. Okay, so let's come over here. Now I will just type car underscore animation dot JSON. So as this part is actually done, now let's go down. I have added the directory and the file path of all of those. Now the next thing what you're going to do is you need to make a function to basically display the animation. So for that, what you are going to do, okay? So the first thing what you'll do is function to load and display, or function to display Lottie animation. Okay, so this is going to be a comment, and underneath I will be doing the coding. So before any kind of function, we do mention the def function. So I'll just type def, and now I need to make sure that what kind of name I'm going to give it to this particular function. So let me just give which I'll be able to remember, which is load Lottie underscore animation. And after that, inside the parenthesis, I am going to put out file underscore path. Okay, so I'm just going to add this file underscore path. Now I will just open this colon. Now let's click on enter, and I will just type with open. Let's open parenthesis, and now I will just type file underscore path, comma, let's open the double quote, and I will just put R over here. Now let's come here, and I want to import all of these things. Let's come outside of this bracket, and let's give it up a space as if, then I'll just close it down with colon. Now let's click on enter again, and after that I do want to return JSON dot load. Okay, so this is basically my command. Okay, so over here the function to display the naughty animation is, first you have to mention the name of the function, and after that you are giving the directory as well, which is file path, and it will basically open using the file path, which is R right over here. So it will take it as S, and I want it to return the JSON file as loaded, And over here, I do have the name as well, which is F. Okay, so that is also done. Okay, and from here, now the next thing what I'm going to do is if you want to apply any kind of effect. Okay, so for the effect, now let's come here and let's go down, and after going down, let's come here, and I'm just going to add another comment. Okay, and from this particular comment, I am going to apply effect. Okay, so let's apply a simple effect right over here. You can apply any kind of effect as you like. So let's go to apply effect, and for that I will just type the name, or I will just apply the function, and I'll just name this one as the snow animation. Okay, so I want a snow animation, so I will just put run underscore snow underscore animation. Okay, so let's go with that, and after that let's open parenthesis, and now I will just close the colon. And now what I'm gonna do is I am going to explain that how this is going to be. So I'll just put on rain, let's open parenthesis right over here, and after that I will just type emoji equal to, and now if you want to put out an emoji from your laptop or your PC, just type Windows and full stop altogether. And here you guys will have a lot of option for your emojis. Okay, so let's come here, and if I just type snow, here you guys can see I do have all of these options. Okay, so from here now I can just take this, otherwise take this. Okay, so I will just put this one right over here, this particular emoji. Let's put out a comma as well, and also I can explain that what is going to be the font size. Okay, so font size equal to 15, or let's go with 18, comma, then I will just type falling speed equal to 4, comma, animation underscore length. Okay, so this is the animation length. Let's open the double quote, and over here now I will just type infinite. So as you guys can see, now I have selected this particular function which is runs to animation, and here inside this I have explained that what is going to be the emoji of this particular function, what is going to be the size of the font, and what is going to be the falling speed of this particular emojis, and the length of the total animation. So all of these things are done. Okay, and after that now I am going to use a function to get any name from the parameter. Let's say I do have my web page and I want to display someone's name. So in that case, how I'm going to do that? Okay, so for that now let's come down over here, let's click on enter, let's click on backspace, and from here now I will just put slash, or I'll just put out the hashtag over here. And now I'm just going to go with function to get name. Okay, so I will just type function to get the name. Let's click on enter, and now let's start the function. So def to define a function, and over here I will just type getting underscore person underscore name, and now let's open up the code right over here. Let's put out the colon as well. Now let's click on enter. Okay, so I will just click on enter, and now I will just type query underscore parameter. Okay, so this is the query parameter which I'm going to tell that is equal to st dot experimental get query params. So I'll just take this, and now I will just open parenthesis, and after that I will just click on enter. In that particular case, I do want it to return me query underscore paramas dot get double quote name comma. Now let's go out with the square bracket double quote, and now if nothing is being put, let's say in my website, if no name is being put, it will automatically show friend. Or let's go with mate. Okay, so you can also call it mate. And after that, I do have the parenthesis right over here. And after this one, I will also open out a square bracket, and I don't want it to repeat again and again. Okay, so I will just put on 0 times right over here. So as this is done now, I have actually applied the effect over here. I have also shown that how you can actually display the Lottie animation. I have added the directories. So now the next thing which is left is over here. Basically, I need to put out the page configuration, like what all I want it to write and what are the things that will be present inside my page. Okay, so for that, now let's come here. So I'll just type pg config. Okay, so now let's click on enter, and now I am going to type st dot set underscore page underscore config. As you guys can see right over here, I do have this particular function. And now let's open parenthesis right over here, and I will just type page underscore title. So page underscore title is equal to happy journey. Okay, so let me just type happy journey right over here. And this particular thing, I need to make sure that I put those things inside out a double quote. Okay, so now let's put out a comma. Now let's give it out a space. So page underscore icon equal to, let's go with double quote, and I can also put out some other emojis as well. So Windows and full stop, and over here I do have a lot of this as well. So from here, let's say I will just take this particular icon. Okay, so I will just take this particular icon right over here. Okay, so this is the page icon. And now as page configuration is also done, now let's go with slash, and after that I will also run this particular animation, or the animation which I had over here, the snowfall animation. I want it to run as well. Okay, so over here now I will just put running the snowfall animation. Let's click on enter. So I will just go with run underscore snow underscore animation. Let's close this thing down. And after that, once this is done, I will just type slash and I am going to apply some of the custom CSS, applying CSS files. Okay, so I will just name this one over here, applying CSS files. Let's come down. And from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with open. So as you guys can see, already I do have this directory over here. And also I do have the path and stuff right over here as well. So as I'm going to apply this CSS file, so I'll just type with open. Let's open parenthesis. And now I am going to type CSS underscore file as F colon. Let's click on enter. st dot markdown. Let's open. And now I will just type F. Then I will just put out the double quote right over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open a tag, which is going to be the styles tag. Okay. So I will just go with styles. So let's put styles. And after that, I will just close this particular tag. And let's come right over here. And I will just open out the curly braces. F dot read. Let's open out the parenthesis. And afterwards, once you come right over here, I will just open the tag again. But now I will just put out a slash and then I will just type styles. Let's close this thing down. And afterwards, let's put a comma. And now I will just put unsafe underscore allow underscore HTML. So make sure to put out this condition, okay, because I'm just turning this one into a HTML file. So let me just go with true, okay. So just apply true right over here. And as this is done, lastly, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and now I am going to display header with some personalized name. Okay. So if you want to apply some personalized name right over here, you guys can actually do that. Okay. So now let's come here and I will just name this one as personalized name. Let's come down and I will just type person underscore name equals to get underscore person underscore name. Now let's come down. As you guys can see, let's come down right over here. And now st dot header. Let's open out if, then I'll just put on the double quote. And what I'm gonna do is I will just type happy journey, comma, the double quote. Then I will just type person underscore name. Then let's come here. And after that, if you want to add any emojis, you guys can also uh, put on some emojis. So I'll just put Windows and plus. Let's type car. Okay, so I will just add this particular car over here. Now let's close this thing down. And now I am going to put out a comma. Okay, so let's come over here and let's put out this double quote from here. So I'll just take this double quote right from here and I'm going to put the double quote somewhere around here. Okay, so this kind of fulfills. And afterwards, after putting on a comma, let's put on a comma, I'm going to just type anchor equals false. So I'll just put false right over here. And after putting on false, now let's close this thing down. Okay, so I'll just close this thing down as well. So now the last thing which is left is that I want to display the animation. Okay, so I will just type the heading as displaying the animation. Now let's come right over here and I will just type Lottie animation. Okay, so let's go with Lottie underscore animation equal to load Lottie animation. Okay, so I will just put this load Lottie animation. Now let's open the double quote right over here and I will just type Lottie underscore animation. Okay, so now let's click on enter. So let's go with st underscore Lottie. Okay, now let's open this parenthesis and let's go with Lottie underscore animation key equal to Lottie slash holiday. And then I will just put out a comma and I can also choose the height. Okay, so let's go with height and I will just give 320, let's say. Okay, so I'll just put on 320 right over here. So here now I am basically done with this particular file. Control S to save it. Now you can just have a new terminal right over here and if you just run this one, okay, so over here if you run this one, here you guys can see that in line 42 in module, here you do have a problem. Okay, so over here you guys need to make sure that you change the things what you need to change. As you guys can see, person name equals to get underscore person underscore name. Okay, so where is line 42? Okay, so this is the line where it actually does have a problem. So once everything is done, You guys can just save it using Control S. And also, like, lastly, if you want to just give any uh, personal message, okay, so you can come here and you can also personalize message. So hashtag personal message. Let's click on enter. Let's go with st dot markdown. Let's open parenthesis. Then I will just type if, then double quote. Let's go with dear. Then I will just write the parameter, which was person underscore name. Let's come here. Let's put out a comma. And I will just type, I wish a great trip to you and your family. Let's say family. Okay, so I will just apply this right over here. And you can also add a emoji as well if you want to. Okay, so once this is done, I can just click on Control S to basically save it. Otherwise, you can just come right over here. And from here now, let's click on enter. And after that, let's come over here. Let's click on enter as well. Control S to save it. And this is the line. Okay, so if you do want to run it, let's open out a new terminal and let's try to run this one. And here it shows that there is some problem in line 47. Okay, so over here I do have this key, Control S, and let's run this one. And this one kind of works good, as you guys can see. Streamlit run, and here 6 website using Python resource file. And from here now, as this is done, I will again go to my power panel right over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to type Streamlit run Streamlit underscore application dot py. Okay, so let me just check out the spelling. Is it correct or not? Streamlit underscore application dot py. Streamlit underscore application dot py. Streamlit underscore application dot py is basically correct. So once this is done, now let's come here and let's click on enter. And as you guys can see here, it is showing me that if you'd like to receive helpful onboarding emails, news, offer, promotions, and occasional swag, please enter your address. Otherwise, leave the field blank. So I'll just click on enter. As you guys can see, they are also giving me this kind of summary. Okay, so here you guys can see it is showing me a bad message format. Okay, I can actually change it later. Okay, no problem with that. As you guys can see, you guys can just change it. And here, as it already shows. Okay, so happy journey mate, I do have it here. I do have my animation, and also you guys can see that over here I do have the animation of those emojis as well. Okay, so if I just open this whole thing up, this is how it shows. And also over here I do have the message as well. Okay, so if you want to come here and if you want to change this, okay, you guys can do that. But now if I come here on top and if I just type any parameter name, let's go with name equal to Jacob. Okay, so if I just type Jacob, and here now, as I click on enter, let's close this thing. And now here it shows that happy journey, Jacob. And also over here, it says that dear Jacob, I wish a great trip to you and your family. So both these formats are kind of different. So this is how you guys can actually build up a particular website the same way I did. So now this particular website is basically only for view and I only do have the access. So if you want to publish it and if you want to deploy it, first you have to go to GitHub and you have to manually upload this one. Okay. So for that, what you guys can do is I'll show you guys how to do it from VS Code. Let's go to VS Code and I'll just go to the source control option and I will just click on initial repository. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll just comment. Okay, uh, I will just really like to stage all your changes and commit them directly. And I will just click on yes, dot name and username. Make sure you configure your user dot name and user dot email in Git, and I'll just come here and I will just open this one, and from here basically I can just put out my email and username. Okay, so let's just come here and I will put the number. So now over here basically you need to come here and basically comment it. Okay, so go to the source control panel. From here, comment the changes which you have made. Make sure to add this with your GitHub. And once that is done from GitHub directly, you guys can open your website, which will be available. Okay, so this is the kind of website. If I just come here and instead of Jacob, let's type Mary. And if I just click on enter here, you guys can see now it shows happy journey, Mary. And also here shows dear Mary, I wish a great trip to you and your family. So this is how easily you guys can actually create up a website using Streamlit and also using Python. So, yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're going to learn more about building website using Python. So, take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter.
Welcome you all to another chapter of building website using Python tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, where I'll be showing you guys on making a multi-page web application in Python. Okay, so we're gonna learn how you can build a multi-page web application in Python. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. Over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now this is basically the window page of my PC. And from here, first, you need to go to your control prompt or command prompt, sorry. So you need to go to your command prompt, and after going on to your command prompt, what you need to do is you need to install Streamlit. Okay. So we already have learned about Streamlit in our last class, how you gonna work with that. So you need to make sure that you install Streamlit. So for that, I'm gonna type pip install Streamlit and you can just click enter. But if you do want to upgrade it to the latest, let's say you already have Streamlit. So I'll just put double slash and I will just type upgrade. What it will basically do is it will just install the latest version of Streamlit for you. Okay. So once you are done, you guys can just click on enter and basically you guys can just wait. And here it shows that could not find a version that satisfy the requirement. Okay, so no matching distribution found for Streamlit upgrade. So what happened over here is basically that I do have installed the most latest version of Streamlit. Okay, so the one which I already had basically have the most updated version. Okay. So in that case, actually I'm using the updated version. So that's why they don't show anything yet. But now once, as I do have the latest version of Streamlit, now the next thing, what I'm going to use here is pandas. Okay. So to install that, again, I will just type pip install pandas request. Okay, so I will just type request and I'll click enter, and here you guys can see the requirement already satisfied right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, requirement already satisfied. Let me just minimize this down. Let me just go here onto my resource file. Let's create up a new folder, and I'm going to name this one as multi underscore page website. Okay, so I'll just open this up right over here. Let's right click and I will just click on show more options. And as you guys can see, it is basically showing me a lot of options. Okay, so let's come here, let's right click, and also here you guys can actually open. Let's put show with more options. Done. I will close it. And from here, let's go to Visual Studio Code. Okay. So I have came here in the Visual Studio Code, as you guys can see, where I'll be doing most of my coding. And from here now, let's go to open file. Okay. And from open file, I'll just go to desktop. Let's go to the same resource file. And from here, I need to make sure that I select that particular folder. Okay. Well, it was open folder, and I will just select this particular folder and I'll basically open it. Okay. So as you guys can see, this particular uh, folder has been opened over here in my VS Code. And under here, I will just click on new file. And over here, I will just name it accordingly. So let's come here and I will just name this one as Streamlit underscore multi-page dot py. Okay. So I will just come here and I will basically open it. So as you guys can see, now this particular Python file have been created. Okay. So as the Python file is being created over here, now the next thing will be creating a website. Okay. Because I have already installed my Streamlit. I have already installed the pandas request. So now over here, basically I need to import Streamlit first. So now let's import it. So for importing, I will just type import Streamlit as st. Now let's click on enter, and over here I will just type st dot title Then I will just open parenthesis, open double quote, and inside I will just type hello world. Okay, just to show you guys an example. Okay, so I will be naming my particular website as hello world. So Control S to save it. Okay, so as I do have saved it already, what I'm gonna do over here is I'm just going to go into my command prompt. Okay, and in my command prompt, what I'm gonna do is I am going to type run Streamlit, and I'm going to name the Streamlit page. So it was named as Streamlit underscore multipage.py. So multipage.py. And if I just click on enter, you guys can see that run is not recognized as an internal or external command. So instead of run also, what I can do is I can just tell that Streamlit, or I will just come here and I will just type Streamlit and run and the name of that page. Okay, so I will just come here. Let's copy this. Control C, Control V. Let's go run Streamlit. Or yeah, before that, we need to make sure that we guys are in the same directory. Okay, so what do I mean by same directory right over here? So first, what we need to do is let's come here, let's close this down, Control S to save it. Now let's go to desktop. Okay, let's go to this resource file, this multi-page website. Let's view with a large icon. And from here, now let's click on show more option. And now I will just type open in terminal. Okay, so over here now, as you guys can see, now users, then OneDrive, desktop, building, 6 website using Python resource file and multi-page website. Okay, and over here, I will just type now run Streamlit underscore multi page.py. And if you click on enter, well, most probably it will just give you guys, but here it is showing me that the term run is not recognized. Okay, so let's see what is wrong over here. Is it my code or is it the function which I have run over here? Or maybe the keyword is Streamlit run. Then I need to make sure that I put on the name. So Streamlit run, Streamlit multi-page PY. Control V, Streamlit multi-page PY. Now let's click on enter. And let's see what's the outcome right over here. Because in coding, basically, well, if you do have a simple mistake, well, it can be the simplest mistake of all, but it will show you guys an error. But over here now, as you guys can see, it took me a while, but here they did give me the local URL and also the network URL. Okay, so over here now, let's go back. And here, if you just go into the browser, this is basically my local website which I have created. So over here, as you guys can see now, this is the text which I have. Okay, so I will just close this down, or let's minimize it for now. And what I'm going to do right now is I am going to create out a new folder. Okay, So let's come here and let's create a new folder. Otherwise, so let's create this folder and I'm going to name this particular folder as pages. Okay. So I do have these pages and under pages, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some files. Okay. So the first file is I'm going to name this one as about underscore us dot py. Okay. And the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new file and I am going to name this one as cell dot py. And the third file I am going to create over here is help dot py. Okay. So mostly these are the pages that I am going to use right over here. Okay. So you guys can come here and as you guys can check that I do have all these pages opened right over here. And now what I will do is I will just go to the Streamlit underscore multipage dot py and I am going to just delete this one which I had created. And what I'm gonna do is I am going to write out the page setup. Okay. So the first thing, let me just write this down as a comment. Okay. So I will just do the page setup. Let's click on enter. So what you're going to do is I will just type about or I will just type about underscore page is equal to st dot page. And now let's open parenthesis. Let's click on enter. And now let's create some pages or let's give out how my page should look like. So I'll just type page equals to double quote over here. And whatever you guys will see right over here inside the page is going to be in the pages. Okay. So the name of the folder is pages as you guys can see. And here I will just type pages slash about underscore us dot py and then I will just put on a comma. Let's click on enter. And now the title of the page is going to be about us. And now I will just put on another comma and let's click on enter. And over here now you can also add some icons. Okay. So in case of icons, what you guys can do is if you directly want to put any kind of emojis, so if you just click on your Windows key and the full stop key, you will have a lot of icons options. But the same thing or this particular icon, if you want to get from Google Fonts, you guys can also do that as well. Okay. So basically for that, if you do want to do it from the Google Fonts, what you need to do is you need to go into your browser and you can just type Google Fonts and here the first website which appears, go inside that. And from here now go to the left side, go to the icons option. And here you guys can see there are a lot of icons. Let's say from here. Now, if you do want to search, or let's say about, or go with about us, or home, and you guys can see here I do have a lot of emoji. Okay, or if I just type us, here you guys can see that there is a lot of these emojis right over here. Let's say if I do want to take out this person emoji over there in my page, what I'm gonna do is, as you guys can see, the name is person. So I will just go here in my VS Code, and from here now, as I have already opened up the double quote, and I will just put out the colon, and after that I will just type material, then I will just type person, and again to close this thing down, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to close this down with a colon as well. Okay, so once this is done, I will just put a comma. Let's click on enter, and let's put default equal to true. Okay. So the first about page is basically done. Let's click on enter. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to create the other pages. Okay. So the same way I'm going to do so, and I'm going to name this one as project underscore one, and I will just come here, or let's go with project underscore one equal to st dot page. Let's open parenthesis. Let's click on enter, and I will just put out the page information. Okay, so if you just want me to uh, come here, let's copy this one, this three line, control C and control V over here. And what I'm gonna do is the same thing which I have. Let's come here. Let's click on enter. Let's come down and control C to copy and control V to paste it. Okay, so I do have pasted it right over here as well. But all I'm gonna do is I'm just going to change the information. Okay, so pages was fine, but here I will have information about the cell. Okay, so this is going to be my second page. So let's go with cell, and the title is going to be our cell, and over here this is going to be the help page, which is help.py, and in the title I will just type help center. Okay, and under this, okay, so for cell on, let's come here, let's search for some emojis. Okay, so I can just search for an emoji which is a chart. Okay, let's search for chart. Okay, so as you guys can see, there are a lot of charts right over here, and you guys can just find any of these emojis which you can just upload. Let me just go with the bar chart over here. Okay, so I will just type bar chart. So let's come here, and I am going to type, bar underscore chart. And also I'm just going to change it. Let's see what are the emojis I have for help. Let's click enter, and here you guys can see I have this help sign. So, or I will just go with the support. Okay. So I will just type support over here. So yeah, basically this is done. So you guys already know what I do have written. So for pages, this is basically the function. I have mentioned it right over here. I have imported Streamlit as ST. So here you guys can see. So these are three multiple pages of my website. So if I just click on Control S, okay, the title is going to be about us. The icon is going to be from the Google font, which is the person. Here I do have the bar chart. Here I do have the support icon. Control S to save it. Now let's come right over here, and you guys can see that here I do have a small problem. Okay, so here it shows that the code module users or desktop using resources about page equals to st dot page. Okay, so I will just come here and let's go. So as over here, it's basically showing me this kind of error. Uh, Instead, I will show you guys why it is showing me those errors. Well, as over here, you guys can clearly see that I do have added all the information, and it's right as well. Well, here I do have the directory like in pages about us dot py. Okay, I do have provided the title as well. Okay, but what's wrong basically over here is I didn't do the navigation setup. Okay, so let's put out slash and let's create a command navigation setup. And over here now, I will just type pg is equal to st dot navigation. Okay, so I will just the st dot navigation. And what I'm going to do is I am going to open the parenthesis. Okay, so under parenthesis, I will just type pages equal to, and after typing the equal to sign, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open up the square bracket. Okay, and under square bracket, I am going to name all of these three pages. Okay, so let's come here, and I am going to type about page project one and project two. So about page, not this one basically over here, the names. Okay, so as you guys can see, about page, project one and project two. So let's go with project one, comma, project two. Okay, so over here also I do have actually did the navigation setup. But now I need to make sure that I will add the running navigation as well. So I will just type pg dot run, open and close parenthesis. So control plus S to save this whole thing out, as you guys can see. And once I've saved this, just to see how it will basically work, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to import Streamlit as st control S. Let's go to about us, control V, uh, or Y, this one. Or let's just manually type import Streamlit as st. Now let's come down, and over here I am going to type st dot title double quote, and I'm just going to type about us. And what I'm gonna do is I am going to copy this whole thing, Control S, Control and Control V over here. And I'm just going to change the content inside it. Okay. So if you do want to move it on a side, or let's say I will just move it onto the center. Okay. So about us is done. Self is done. Help.py. Again, Control V. And over here, I will just type talk, or let's go with ask the chat bot. Let's go to cell, and in cell, I'm going to type our cell. So once this is done, now Control S to save it, and Control S to save this one as well. And over here, Control S to save as well. So now let's go to the multi-page, and I'll just click on Control S. Let's go to my browser, and over here I will just reload this, and again it's showing me that I do have a problem right over here. So here it basically shows me that users programs Python 312 lib type packages runtime script timer script underscore runner.py. And yeah, before going to the web or the browser, what I can also do is basically I can go to my terminal, create up a new terminal right over here, and let's generate the URL. So I will just type Streamlit, run, and I will just write the whole name of this Python file, which is Streamlit underscore multi page dot py, and if I just click on enter, you guys can see I will have a web page quite like this. Okay, so over here you guys can already see that this three pages are separated. So under about us, I do have this about us title. Under cells, you guys can see the title is ourselves, and in help centers, it the title which is shown is ask the chatbot. Okay, so you have seen this, but now let me just give you guys how it basically works. So under the Streamlit underscore multi-page Python file, here these are three separate files. Okay, and under these three separate files, I do have these three files as well. Okay, so over here you guys can see for the about us, they do have about us over here in the title. That's why it shows you in the browser as well. And in the streamlit.py, multipage.py, here you guys can see the about page is basically the default page. Okay, so the about page is basically the default page. Okay, make sure that you set whichever page you want the other people to see first, make sure to put that as the default file. Otherwise, if you want your cell one to be the default page, you guys can also do that. So yeah, I hope till this much it was clear about creating your website. Now let's try to understand the other part of creating this. So now over here, like instead of basically having this page, okay, so basically having this page right over here, if you want to actually divide those in section like this particular browser, okay, so let's come over here, this particular page. Instead of having it quite like this, what you can also do is you can have it in sections. Okay. So how you're going to do that? So for that, what I'm gonna do over here is I will just make this one as a comment. Okay. And after making this one as comment, now let's come down over here. And I'm just going to type out the same thing, which is PG equal to st dot navigation. And now let's open parenthesis. Let's click on enter. And I need to make a dictionary. Okay. So let's come here. And now let's create a dictionary. So first one, I will just name as information. And in the information section, I need to make sure that what all I do want to put. Okay. So let's come here, information. And inside information, what I want to do is I want to put the about page. Okay. So let's type about underscore page. Okay. And after writing this one, let's put a comma. Let's click on enter. And now I am going to create my second dictionary. And I'm going to name this particular heading as about or company info and support. So this is the second dictionary. Now let's give out a colon. And what I can do is let's open out the square bracket. Let's type project underscore one, comma, project underscore two. And once this is done, I will just put out comma. So Control S to save it. Let's check where the problem is. Let's click right over here. Control S. And what I can do is I can just go to this browser and I can just execute this. But over here, you guys can see here it shows me some error. Okay, so here it shows that this is a invalid syntax. And now to solve this error, I need to check what I did wrong. Okay, so over here now, you need to understand that before writing any kind of dictionary, you need to enclose that with curly braces. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's click on enter. And now over here back again, I will put on the curly braces. So Control S to save it right now. And now I am going to come right over here. Now let's load this thing. But here again, it shows me that there is a problem. So now let's close this whole thing down. Control S to save it. And what I can do is I can just run this whole page all together. So for that now, so now over here, let's click on Control S. Okay, so let me just check those things down back again. And let's Control S to save it. Okay, so Control S over here, and Control S over here, back again. And now let's go to this local URL and let's click on follow link. And now over here, you guys can basically see that my about us is now under the information category, and under my company info and support category, I do have my sales and I do have my help center. Okay. So here also you guys can just drop this down menu. You can open up this menu and you can add as many options as possible. Okay. So now we are going to go into this about us page, and now I'm going to add more information inside my website. Okay. So to do that, what I'm gonna do right over here is I am going to come here, okay, into my Streamlit multi-page, and I will be adding on more information over here. Like if you want to import images, you guys can actually import different kind of images. But for that, before only make sure to choose what kind of images are you guys looking to import over here. Okay, so for that now, if you want to share that images or share those same things right over here, now let's come here. Now let's click on enter. And over here, now what I'm gonna do is I will just create a comment and I will just name this one share on all pages. Okay, so I'll just type share on all pages, and I'm just going to go with st dot logo and open parenthesis. And for that now, what I'm gonna do is I will just come here into my website. Okay, let's go to multi-page website, and the same way I can go to just VS Code, and under this place, let's say right over here, I am going to create up a new folder, and I am going to name this one as my asset. Okay, so I'm just going to name this one as my asset. And inside here, I can actually put on a different kind of file. If you want me to open up a new file, I can come here and I can basically open up some new file here as well. Okay, so now let's download some images. Okay, so if you want me to download some logos, for that, what I can do is I can just come here in my Bing only. Okay, so let me just delete one from here, and I will just type free logos download. So if you were working on a website, you will already have those logos, but as I'm just showing you guys up this particular example, so for that, I do basically need this thing? Well, as you guys can see, there are different options from here. Let me just search for free ones. Um, let's see. And this one kind of looks good. And what I can do is I can just download this. I will just go with free download. Let's close this up. Let's close this down as well. Let's minimize this. And from here, let's go to desktop. Let's go to download. And I will just extract this whole file. Let's click on extract. And I do have this large icon over here. And from here, I will just check 5, 6, or I will just type the logo or the underscore logo. And I'll just delete this one. Again, I will try to rename it, which is the logo. And I'm going to cut this one and let's go to the desktop. Let's go to my resource file. And from here, I'm going to put this particular logo inside here. Okay, inside this assets file. Okay, so the name of this particular file is my assets. Okay, ASSESSTS. Okay, so let's come here. Let's go to my VS Code. And over here, now I am going to give them the directory. Okay, so under directory, what I'm gonna do is let's open the double quote and I'm just going to type my ASSESSTS, and after that, let's give out a slash my assets, and I will just name this one the underscore logo dot what kind of file was that? Let's come here. Let's minimize this stuff. Let's go to this website, this multi-page website, and this is a JPG file. So I will just go with dot JPG. Okay. So as this is done, I will just come here and over here I will again add st dot sidebar. Okay. So on the sidebar dot, this is going to be a text which I want to add. And let's open the parenthesis and after that the double quote. And I will just type made by Samuel, and I will just add a emoji. So Windows key and the full stop key, and you will have a lot of these emojis right over here. So you can just choose any emojis as you like. You guys can see right over here. And let me just add this one and this kind of work. Control S to save it. And now if I just go to my browser and if I just come here, and as you guys can see over here, I basically do have the logo or the image. And over here, whichever page I go, whether I go to About Us page, whether I go to the Sales page, whether I go to the Help Center, here on my sidebar, you guys can see that I do have this particular set of text basically present. Okay, so I hope till this much was clear. But now we are basically going to go on depth of how you can create this. Okay. So for that, what we are going to do over here is individually we are going to work on each and every section. Okay. So individually we are going to work in each and individual page. So here I do have showed you that if you make any changes in the main page, how it will change. But now I will just go to this about us page, and from here now we are going to work. Okay, so first thing what will happen over here is I'm just going to delete this title first of all, and now I am going to create some columns. Okay, so let me just name this one as column 1, and I will just make this one as column 2 equals to st dot columns. Okay, so you guys can see st dot columns, and now let's open parentheses, and I will just put 2 over here, and I can also select what is going to be the gap between letters. So I want to give them small gaps. Now I will just put on comma, and I do want them to have the vertical alignment. Okay, so vertical alignment, and I want them to set it over here in the exact center. Okay, so that is how it basically works, and you guys can already see that I can just give small, big in gaps as well. Okay, so this is how it actually works. So now individually, I am going to mention the column 1 and the column 2. Okay. So let's come right over here and let's try to do, or let's say, let's try to put out all the information right over here. Okay. So I will just mention with call 1, and I'll just give out a colon st dot image. Okay, so I also want to import an image over here. So let's open parentheses. And now I can also give them the location of where that particular image is basically located. Okay, so I will just put dot slash. And again, what I can do is I can just download one image. So let's come here and I will just go to prepic, and let's go with profile picture, and you guys can see that I do have a lot of these profile pictures. And let me just go on with the free version. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have all these free images. So let me just take this one from here and let me just try to download it. Okay, so let's click on download. Let's close this thing up. And yeah, the download is basically done. Let's go to the file. Let's go to downloads. And from here, I'm going to rename this as young.jpg. Let's select this one. Let's cut. Let's go to desktop. Let's go to the resource file. And while working on your website, make sure to keep your workspace clean. Okay, don't mess it up or don't overcrowd your space. As you guys can see, each and every file over here is in their own spaces. Okay, so my asset and the name is young.jpg. Okay, so I will come here in the VS Code, and over here now I will just type my asset slash young dot JPG. And also what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and let's put on a single quote over here, a single double quote, and a double quote over here. Let's put out a comma, and I'm going to put on the width as 220. Okay, so let me just, you can put any size, okay, of the image. And now, in column 2, okay, so let's come here, and now I will just type with call to. I'm going to add up a title, which is going to be st title. Let's open, and after that, I will just type Samuel Robert, and let's put out a comma, anchor equal to false, and after that, I am going to type st dot right. Let's open, and I'm going to give him a position of senior executive executive manager. Well defined man and very hard working guy, and also an asset asset to the company. Okay, so I'm just going to type this thing out right over here, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna come here and let's click on Control S to save it. Now let's go here, and if I just run this, here you guys can see this is how it will actually look. Okay, so over here it shows Samuel Roberts, Senior Executive Manager, a well-defined man and very hardworking guy, and also an asset to the company. Okay, so over here I do have the about us information right over here. So here, as this is done, well, I do have created this information, and also if you do want to put more information, you guys can basically put on more information over in the About Us page, in the Sales option, in the Help Center option. Okay, you guys can do that. But if I try to do that right now, it's gonna take a lot of time. Okay. So instead, what I'm going to do now is let me just show you guys another thing, and we will just end this particular tutorial over here. So now I want to add a button right over here. Okay. So if you do want to add a button, and let me show you where I do want to exactly add it. Let's say I want to add our button right over here, like if you do want to contact. Okay. So for that, let's come here. And if I want to add a contact button, let's say up, it will just come in a pop-up way. Like it will pop out and it will ask you different kind of information. So in that case, what I can do is I will use the if statement. Okay. So I will just use the if statement. So I'll just type if st dot button, and then I will open parenthesis, and after that I will open the double quote as well. Okay. And if I want to put out any kind of emojis, Windows plus full stop, and I will just type mail. Okay. So as you guys can see, I do have this different kind of emojis right over here. And from here, basically, let's choose this one. Let me just give it out a space. And now I will just put contact us. Okay. So I'll just put contact us right over here. And after the if statement, I need to make sure that I do put out the colon. And let's click on enter right now. And now you need to make sure that you put out the contact slash form, open and close parenthesis. So I do have given a function right over here. I do have mentioned this particular function. So over here, as I will be creating up a button, anyone who clicks on the contact us button, it will lead them to a particular function. So anyone clicks the contact us function, they will go to on this particular button, it will lead them to contact form. So for that, now let's come right over here on top. Now let's click on enter, and I will just add a simple function. Okay. So let's come here, and to define a function, I will just type def contact underscore form, open and close parenthesis, colon. Let's click on enter, st dot text underscore input. Okay. So it will mean that they will be able to input their particular data over here. Okay. And what is the question that I'm going to ask in that menu? So let's open parenthesis, let's open double quote, and I will just type name. Okay. So I do want to ask them the name over here. So as this is going to come in a pop-up way, okay. So for that, now I will just type at st dot experimental dialog. Okay, as you guys can see, I do have this particular function, experimental dialog. And over here, let's open parentheses. Now let's open the double quote. Over here, I will mention contact us. Okay. So once you have actually mentioned this right over here, you guys can click on Control S. And now let's go to this particular website. Let's just run it. And over here, you guys can see now, if I just click over here, you guys can see that I do have this name button. Okay. So here you guys can see, please replace st.experimental dialog with st.dialog because it will be removed. Okay. So I will just type st dialog over here. Okay. So it keeps on updating. Okay. So st control S. Now let's come back over here. Let's refresh this. And now if you just click on the contact us button, it will lead you right over here. So you can add more questions. Okay. So if they provide, if they click on submit, all these things are over here as well. But I hope this class was clear on how you guys will be able to create a website using Python. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're going to learn more about creating websites, working with those, and basically creating some more interactive website using different libraries and using Python. So take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of building website using Python. So now we are on our chapter number 5, where I'll be showing you guys how making a website using Python and Taipy. Okay, so Taipy is basically a framework, and we are going to make a website using pure Python. I will show you guys how to do that right over here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, this is the Taipy.io website. So let me tell you a bit about Taipy. Okay, so Taipy is basically a Python framework, and this is also a open source library. So Taipy basically helps you to design an easy or data driven and also a production ready application. These are just not creating some random or just test website for you, but you can just create a data driven and a production ready application, and you can also upload it in the Taipy cloud space. Okay, so Taipy is also used for easy development of the website and application, and it is also an open source library. Okay, so we will be learning how it actually works. You guys can see. Uh, if you do wanna pip install Taipy, you guys can do it right from here. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys about that. If you do wanna check out the documentation and how you gonna use it, you guys can just go to the user manual, and from here you guys can just check those things out as well. Okay, so different scenario. From here, you guys can just check. You guys can also check out different kind of references of how you need to get started. Here, you guys can see how it is being optimized for insights. Okay, how Taipy is a lot useful and a lot faster. Okay, so it supports a large data set. Okay, so if you just put on data into your website, it supports a massive data sets over here comparing to other libraries. And also, if you do want to subscribe to their newsletter, they will send you different updates information. And there is other way of how you guys can get those things right over here. So you guys can also go to their GitHub account. Okay, so if you just go to their GitHub page right over here, make sure to put out a star mark. Okay, so just log into a GitHub account, make sure to put out a star mark over here. This is their page, and as this is an open source library, this is going to be a lot helpful for you. Okay, so now I am going to start creating a website from here. So now let's get started. So first thing, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna close this website, and I will just come here, and I already have created a folder which is website using Taipy, which is in my resource file. So in our previous classes, we do have learned about that. So I do have downloaded, I do have created this particular folder, and I also took a few of these images which I have downloaded from FreePic. So what you guys can do is you guys can come here and you guys can open VS Code directly from here. Otherwise, let's close this thing down, and from here, as I do have my VS Code over here on my screen itself, so I'll just open it right over here. And as you guys can see, this website using Taipy page is already being opened. So if you don't know how to open, go to File. From there, just go to Open folder, and basically you guys can select this folder and open it accordingly. So let me just close this thing down, and let me just close this particular terminal for now. And here inside this particular folder, I am going to create a new file. Okay. And I'm going to name this new file as main underscore file dot py, okay, which is a Python file. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have imported this one, and over here now I will just open up a new terminal. So here in this particular terminal, first thing to get started with Taipy is that you go with pip install Taipy. Okay. So over here, I will just type pip install Taipy. So if I just click on enter right now, or if I just run this, it will show me that all the criteria are being fulfilled. But it takes a bit of time if you have not installed it before. But let me just show you if I just click on enter. Here you guys can see all requirements are satisfied. And here it will kind of show you quite like this. Okay. So if you have not installed Python as well, make sure to install your Python as well. Okay, so as I have imported this one right over here, the next thing what I'm gonna do here is I am going to import GUI. Okay, because I want to create an interface or a website UI right over here. So from Taipy, I want to import the GUI. So for that, what I'm gonna do is I am going to come here and I will just type from Taipy import GUI. Okay, so I will just take from Taipy import GUI, and after that what I'm gonna do is I will just create a condition using the if statement. So I'll just type if underscore underscore name, then underscore underscore equal to, then I will just open my double quote and I'm just going to name this one as main, then close this one with underscore underscore. Let's put the colon to close it down. Let's click on enter. And after that, I am going to create a, a variable. Okay. So I will just name this one as app. And inside this app, I am going to import the GUI. Let's open the parenthesis. And after that, I want to run this particular variable. Okay. So if I just come here, let's say if I'll come here, let's click on enter and I will just give command app dot run. Okay. Because I want to run this particular thing. So let's close parenthesis right over here. And if I just give the command as app run, what it will do is it will run this one. Okay, it will run app, and inside app I do have the GUI, and over here I do have the option as app as well. Okay, so once you're done with this, I am going to create up a HTML, okay, or a page over here. So let's type page equal to quote, and I will also put another quote right over here. Now let's click on enter. And after that, I am going to give a HTML tag. So let's go with H1. Let's close it and I'm going to write my HTML. And I will just type, hello, this is my website using Taipy. Okay. And let's come down. Or yeah, I will just go back and I'll just close this tag. Okay, so I'm just going to close this one slash h1, close the tag. Now let's come down, and from here again I will just put a triple quote right over here. Let's click on enter that you guys can understand this properly. So as you guys can see, I do have created this HTML. First off, I do have imported GUI from Taipy. Then I do have given the command that underscore name equals to, and over here I need to also put underscore main. Okay, so now control S to save it. And what I'm gonna do is I am going to first come here and delete this particular terminal, and I'm going to just take out a new terminal. And after taking this, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to run this Python file. Okay, so if I just click on run Python file. Okay, so let's come here, and I am just going to run this file, and let's wait. And here it shows that the app is not defined. Okay, so over here now I need to make sure that I define the particular app. Okay, so let's come here, let's give it out a space. Let's give out a space right over here. And well, over here, instead of app, as I have named this one as page, I will mention page. Okay, so well, now I do have defined this one, control S to save it. Now let's run this particular file. Okay, so it might take some time to basically appear. And here you guys can see my Taipy app has been launched. Okay. So over here, you guys can see this Taipy app is basically launched over here. And let me also show you guys some other feature right over here. So basically this is a HTML. So if I just right click, and now if I just click on view page source, and if you just take a look, control plus, you guys can see over here it had basically created some HTML files over here. Okay, so you guys can see this do have actually created some HTML files for me. And now I will just cancel this over here. Let's right click, and if you just go to the inspect option as well, here under the inspect option, you guys can see that it does have created this head, body, and stuff. There is some HTML file. Okay, so now let's cancel this one right over here. Now let's go back again to this particular page. So now over here, I have already showed you guys how you can import this HTML file quite like this. But now let me also tell you that you guys can import your Word or this HTML using Markdown as well. Okay, so you guys can import your text using Markdown as well. And for that, now you guys can just delete this whole thing. And after that, let me just put slash, or let's just go back to Z. And from here, I will just delete the tag. Okay, so I will just delete the tag over here. And also on the left hand side, now I will just put control S. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to run this particular file back again. So here it is taking a bit of time, so let's click on run Python file. And here you guys can see it has generated me a new link. So if I just go right over here, and if I just uh, update it, here you guys can see my word basically remained the same. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, it basically remained the same right over here. So you guys can basically do it quite like this right over here. And also over here, if you want to write some advanced markdown, you guys can also do that. So basically Taipy basically don't have any problem with that as well. Okay, So I will just come here, and from here now let's type Python. And after that, I am going to import OS. And again, I will come here and I will just close this down, Control S. And now again, if I just run this one, okay, so I have ran this one. Now let's come right over here. And if I just update it, so now from here again, let's go. And each and every time, basically, if I make any changes over here, you guys can see that I have to run this Python file. Okay. But to avoid that thing, what I can basically do over here is I can just use reloader. Okay. App.run. Then I will just type use reloader equals to, I will just put true. Okay. So over here, I will basically put true. So what will happen over here is now I don't have to just rerun my file back again and again. Okay. So Control S to save it. And now if I just come here and if I just update my file, you guys can see this is basically being imported. Okay, so over here again, lastly, if I come here and if I just try to run my file, okay, so here you guys can see this is well accessible. Server starting at, let's follow this particular link. And I do have my Taipy file as it was before. So now over here, if I just go back uh, to this website, let's just refresh it. Okay, and here you guys can see my import.os is also there. So if I just go here and if I try to inspect, here you guys can see that it has imported the language as well. Okay, so if you just check right over here, you guys will be able to see that it have also checked that thing out for me as well. Okay, so let me just close here the console. If you want to view the page source, you guys can come here and you guys can check out the page source as well. Okay, so now I will just come here and let me just close this source page right here. And again, back, I will just come back to my Python file. Okay. So here now, what I want to do is I want to do some basic things. Okay. So in that way, what I'm going to do is I want to add more elements to my page. And so for that, so now basically over here, I don't want this advanced markdowns and I don't want to put this text as well. But instead, what I want to do is I want to create up elements. Okay, like I want to build my website using different kind of elements. So for that, what I can do is I will just close this thing down, and from here I will just go to the Taipy app. Okay, so if you want to see all the elements what are available and what all you guys can use, is you just go to the docs option, and from docs you guys can go to manuals, and after going to the manuals from here, you guys can just click on the visual elements. Okay, just click on the visual elements option, and if you just come down here you guys can see the list of all available controls in Taipy. Okay, so you guys can use this particular button, you guys can use this particular input box. Okay, if you want to work with number, there is slider, there is toggle, different chart, whatever you like, you guys can use that. Okay, so let me just go with this static value right over here, and you guys can see the values over here as well. So you guys can use markdowns, HTML, and also you guys do have the markdown. Okay, so here now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here. Let's just close this out and let's open my VS Code. And from here, I am just going to delete all of this and I'm going to name my page as the bar graph website by James. Okay, so I'm just going to type that one. And again, I will just come right over here. Let's click on enter. And I am basically going to create another one. Okay, so for that, I am going to make out a title. Okay, so let me just select my, or I will just type title equal to, let's open the double quote. And from here, I am going to take this bar graph website by James, Control Z to cut. And over here, let's add this double quote, Control and V, Control Z. Okay, so I will just type title equal to double quote. And from here, Control Z, Control V, okay, or I will just type it bar graph website by James. Okay, so this is basically going to be the title, and inside this page, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to put out all the things what I wanna do. Okay, so for that now let's go back to the Taipei website. Okay, so here you guys can basically see these are the text options available. Okay, so if you do want to put any kind of values, you guys can actually put that. You guys can check all these things out. Okay, so here you guys can these are some of the control name. Okay, and from here, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to take this one. Okay. So now over here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just come here and I'm just going to copy this one. And after copying, let's go to my VS Code and over here, I'm going to paste this. Okay. And instead of this name, okay, so let's come here. Let's just delete this thing. Let's delete this hello as well. And what I'm going to do is the variable which I have created named as title, I will be putting that. Okay. Otherwise, let's not use the capital letter. Okay. So I will just use the small letter instead. And now instead of name, I'm going to put title. Okay. So over here, Control S to save it. And now if I just come here, application is accessible. Okay, if I just click on follow the link, okay, so over here you guys can see now it's written bar graph website by James is basically being reloaded over here using the element option. Okay, so as I do have this one right over here, now let's close this thing down. And as you guys can see, as this is basically the title of my website, I want to place this particular title in the center instead of in one side. Okay, so for that, again, what I will do is I will just come right over here. Now let's click on enter. Let's click on enter over here as well. And from here now, I will just open up the tag. And after opening up the tag, I will just put out this dash. Okay. And after that, I am going to write text underscore or text dash center. And let's give it dash again. And once I have given this one, now let's come down, let's click on enter, and I'm just going to close this particular tag again. Okay, so I'm just going to close this particular tag. Now I will just click on Control S to save it, and here you guys can see the application is accessible. And now if I just click on follow the link, okay, and over here you guys can now see that my title over here is basically in the center of my page right now. Okay. So over here now it was on the side. By if I come here and if I just reload this, you guys will be able to see now it will also be over here in the center. And if you guys might think that why it is always showing me. So here you guys might be thinking how it is getting updated all by itself. Because over here I do have used this use underscore reloader equals to true. So every time I save this file, I don't have to restart it back again. And automatically it reloads and give me my application that I can just open up and view the changes which I had made. Okay. So I hope till this much it was clear. So now over here, let's go to the Taipy website, and here you guys can see that there are a lot of things which which you guys can use the formatted output, okay, and a lot of properties over here are also present. Okay, so if you want to use a class name, okay, so you guys can list uh, css and you guys can define the class names as well. But now let's try to use this hover text property. Okay, so if you want to use this one, okay, so for that what you need to do is you need to come right over here, and after coming over here you just come just beside the title, and from here just type hover underscore title or hover underscore text. Okay, was it hover underscore text? Yeah, it was hover underscore uh text. And after that you guys put equal to, and after putting on the equals to sign, once you hover on this particular text, let's say this is my website, like once I hover my mouse over this one, what I want it to show. Okay, so let me just use this particular example. Let me just type welcome to my website. Okay, so I will just put welcome to my website right over here. And after that, what I will also do is I will just put out a pipe over here. Okay, so I do have put out my pipe right over here as well. Control S to save it. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have put Control plus S here to save it as well. Now let's go there and let's follow the link. Okay, so my Taipy as app is being reloaded, and once I hover my mouse over onto my title, you guys can see it is showing me welcome to my website. Okay, so that is how it actually works. If you want to change it, okay, let's say now instead of welcome to my website, I will just type welcome to my website, uh, everyone. Okay, everyone. Control S to save it. Okay, and now I do have this particular page. Let's click on follow link right over here. And if I just hover my mouse over onto my page, here it shows that welcome to my website back again. Okay, so welcome to my website, everyone. So now let's just minimize this thing down. And what I'm gonna do right over here is if you want to add, let's say now over here, you want to add out a text or you want to add a image. Okay, so for that you guys can see I do have different kind of images right over here. Okay, so there are different images, and let's say I want to import this particular image. So first off, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna name this image as my underscore logo dot png. Okay, so this is now named as my underscore dot logo png. So for that, first thing first, I am going to create up a variable just under the title, not a variable, but basically a path. Okay. So for that, now I will just type path is equal to, then let's open the double quote and I'm going to name my file, which is my underscore logo dot png. Okay. So this is in a PNG format. So my underscore logo dot png, and after that I am going to add this one right over here under this page option. Okay, so let's just come here under the text center, and under this text center I'm just going to click on enter. I'm just going to click enter over here again, and let's open the tag. And after that you guys can just use this rod. Okay, use this one, and I am going to use the curly braces, and I'm going to name path. Okay, and once you have written the path, now again, so again I will just put on a straight line, and I will just type image. And what I'm gonna do is again, I'm gonna use it, or let's say, let's come here and let's type image. Let's use the rod. And now I will just close down my tag over here. Okay. So as you guys can see, now I do have closed down the tag. Control S to save this one. Okay. So let's just wait for it a little bit for it to give me up a new page. Let me just check this thing down once. Okay. So text center, and over here I do have mentioned the path, my underscore logo dot png, which is fine. And now this is accessible. Now I'm just going to follow the link, and you guys will be able to see that my image is basically being imported. So over here you guys can see the image which I had is basically being imported right over here. But if you take a look here, this particular page or this particular website is not looking that great because these are not aligned. Okay, so I want my logo to be in the center and this one to be underneath. Okay, so in that case, what I need to do is I need to again go to my VS Code, and all I have to do is just click and enter over here, Control S to save it. Okay, and after Control S, let's come here back again, and now I am just going to reload my website. Okay, so as you guys can see, now this is being well centralized over here. Okay, so that's how it actually looks right now. So I do have my image, and also I do have my hover text. I do have the title of my website over here as well. So now as this is also done, let's go back to my VS Code right over here. Let's close this down as well. And from here, now, if I just go here into the Taipy, okay, over here now, if I just go back, you guys can see here are a list of available controls in Taipy. Okay, so you guys can use up a action button. You guys can also put up a enter text option, which a control that displays some text that can potentially be edited. Okay, so you guys can also do that. So if I just come here, let's say I want to create up a index button, and if I just come down, you guys can see that I can just take this down. Okay, so I can just create an input field bound to a variable with the following content. So I will just come here and I can copy. Otherwise, I can just click on a copy to clipboard option. And again, now let's go to my VS Code. And after that, I want to put this one underneath the title. Okay. So if I want to put this underneath the title, so I'll just give one line gap because I just want that particular thing just below. Okay, I want to put that one below my title. Okay, so not just side by side. Okay, and what I'm gonna do over here is I'm just going to put on Control V, and inside this value I am going to put name underscore product. Okay, so I'll just put name underscore product right over here, and also just underneath the path I will just name underscore product equal to, let's open the double quote, and let's say raisin, or let's go with apple, and I can basically select out a name. So Control S to save it right over here. Okay, and this is basically ready. And what I can do is if I just come here, let's go to this particular app back again. And if I just reload this one, you guys will be able to see that now I do have this particular page where it's written as Apple. Okay, and I can also delete this one and basically re-edit whatever I want. If I just want uh, orange, okay, so I can just put on orange as well. But over here, basically, it won't be changed. Okay, so if I just reload this page again, let's say, okay, so over here, you guys can see as I have reloaded my page right over here, you guys can see that it has not changed at this particular place. Okay, so now again, let's put on Apple, and if I just reload this here, you guys will be able to see Apple back again. Okay, so that's how it basically works over here. And now also let's come here, and I want to name over here name of the product. Okay, so I'll just come here and I will just go to this particular place, and what I'm gonna do is I am going to place my cursor over here, and I'll just put name of the product. Okay, and I will just put out a colon. Okay, and Control S to save this thing down. Okay, so here you guys can see if you do have any error, it will basically show you guys the error right over here. So let's go back again, and now if I just reload my page, here you guys will be able to see that here it will basically show me all the options. Okay, but here I guess there is some problem right over here, and I need to make sure that I put this one outside, or let's try to Control S. Let's see, does it work or not? So if I just come here, if I just click on the follow link option, here you guys can see now that's not showing me the correct output. So what did basically happen over here? Where did I do my mistake? Well, most probably I will just come here. I will just take this Control Z or the whole thing. Okay, and over here I need to put, I guess. Okay, so let's type name of the company, colon, Control S, and now let's visit this one. And yeah, now it shows me this particular thing quite well. So over here, the same way, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to give this one up a space as well. Control S. Let's go to my page and let's reload the page over here, and you guys will see a nice gap right over here. If you want to create a gap over here as well, it you will guys will be able to create. So let's give a gap, Control S to save it. Let's go to the file. Let's reload this particular page. Okay. So it just increases the beauty of the page basically. So now here you guys can see this one looks a lot better than how it used to. Okay. So that's how it will work. So the same way, let's come here, and from here what I want to do is I want to create like the, or instead of name of the company, well, I did write name of the company. Instead, it will be name of the product. Okay, so name of the product, Control S to save it. And the same way, I want to create more lines. Okay, so Control C to copy. So let's click on Enter, Control V, and let's click on Enter and Control V. And here, what I'm gonna do is maximum price, or let's go with uh, max price of the product. And the same way, I will just write min price of the product. And once I have written this one, what I'm gonna do is here I am just going to create up some new variable. So the first one, I'm just going to go with max underscore product. Let's give it out a equal to sign. Let's give the double quote, and I am going to set it to around 200, and let's click on enter, and I'm going to create a variable named mean product equal to double quote is 120. Okay, so I can just come here and basically I can do that. And the same way, now I am going to come here and I'm just going to change the variable inside the square bracket. So I'll just type max, and over here I'm just going to type mean. Okay, so now let's take a look. So these are the options available. Control S to save it. Okay, as you guys can see, this is basically being saved. Now let's come right over here and let's run this one. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, now this particular website basically shows me all of these options. Okay, so name of the product, maximum price of the product, minimum price of the product in basically a singular line. Okay, so now if I want to put all of this in one single line, okay, how I will be able to do that. Okay, so for that, again, what you need to do is you need to come right over here and you need to just put out a space. Okay, so let's click on enter, and I do have put up a enter right over here as well. Control S to save this one. Now let's go to the page. Let's reload the page, and over here now you guys will be able to see this is how it actually shows. Okay, bar graph by James. Okay, so if you do want a bit of gap over here in the title as well, you guys can just use a double gap. Okay, so Control S. Let's come over here. If you do want to reload this particular page, you guys can see this is how it actually shows. Okay, so now this one looks good as well. So here you do have the hovering text. Here you do have your image, and also here you do have the input option. Okay, so here I do have used this particular markdown definition option. Okay, and I hope till this much it is clear of how you can create a website till here. So these are few of the input boxes. So now the next thing what I do want to do is let's come here. Let's go to the visual elements option. And you can also use different sliders. If you do want to use a slider, any kind of number, and I can also use out action button. Okay, so if you just take out a look over here, you guys can see that I do have this action button right over here. So if I just copy this one, let's say I will just copy this thing, and from here now I want to put this one just over here, or let's say I will just delete this one. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I am going to paste it. So Control V and Control S right now. And let's see how my web page basically looks. Okay, so if I just rerun this one, here you guys can see I do have this button. Okay, so this button is basically just right over here, but I want my button in this particular page, and also I want to change this thing which is written right over here. So for that, now let's go to my Visual Studio, and now let's click on enter. Now I do have my button label, Control S to save it. And now let's go to my web page. Let's rerun this one. And you guys can see that I do have my button just right over here. And if you want to change the content which you have over here in the button, what you guys can do is I will just write submit, Control S to save it. Let's go to my website. Now let's rerun this particular page. And here you guys can see now that button is or the content inside of that button has been changed with the submit option. Okay. So now from here, as I have already added a button as well. Okay. So as you guys can see right over here inside the button also there are a lot of properties. Okay. So here using label, it shows the label displayed in the button, but also I want to add, let's say this is my web page. I want to add a function to this button. Let's say whenever I do click submit, I want to get a particular outcome. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to copy this on action option. Okay. So on action function. So Control C to copy, and how to put this one is just beside this particular button. I will just click on Control V equals to, I will just name this one as function, or let's go with, let me just come up with some name. Let's go with product one. Okay, so I'm just going to create this variable named as product one. Let's click on enter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create up a function, and I'm going to name that one as product one. So whenever the product one is run, let's click on colon, let's click on enter, and let's create this function. I forgot the parenthesis. Okay, so I do have use the parenthesis, then I will use colon. Let's click on enter, and you guys will know that I do have defined this particular function. Let me just put this one up right over here. Once I do have my indentation on the left hand side, you guys have to know that my function has been defined. So I don't want to do much, but I do want to print. Let's open the double quote, and what I need to print. Your input is your input has been submitted. Okay. So I do want to get this particular output. Let's put on the exclamation mark. You guys can see that over here, whenever I click on the submit button, okay, so this is the submit button. It will show me this particular outcome, okay, which is the outcome of your input has been submitted right over here. So let's click on Control S to save it up, okay. So now that is being saved. Now let's go to the web page back again. Now let's reload this one. And now if you just see that once I click on submit and over here, now if I just come back here, let's just delete this particular terminal. Let's go to terminal. Let's come here on a new terminal. And now let's come here. I will just click on the submit button. Let's run this page back again. Or there was this problem. Okay, so again, I need to run this set of code. Let's come here. Let's run this one. Okay, so it might take some time. Okay, so let's just wait for some time. And over here, you guys can see my application right over here. And you guys can see it showing me a wording. Two wordings were found for page slash in variable. Okay, so page slash everything else kind of looks good. So the button on action, and whenever I just come up over here, and if I just click on the submit option, okay, so over here you guys can see that now basically my function was not actually being defined because I did have a space over here after the on action equal to. So Control S to save it. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and now let's go back to my website, and now let's rerun this particular web page. And now if I just click on submit 1, 2, 3, okay, you guys can see that your input has been submitted is written basically 3 times. Okay, so if I just come here and if I just do a multiple time, okay, you guys can see that this particular thing is being shown over here in my terminal for a multiple time. Okay, so that's how it actually works. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have edited this submit. Okay, like if you want to change the text inside the button, okay, I have also added the on action code, created a particular function which will be called once you click on that particular button. So now let's try to understand in more depth about it. Okay, so as this particular website, I do have it right over here. So now we are going to learn that if you do want to add some chart and stuff as well, how you guys will be able to do that. So let's check on that. So now to add chart over here, what I need to do is I just need to go to my visual element. And over here, we have learned about displaying static text using a action button with a function. We have learned about displaying some text that can potentially be edited. Now let's come down and here you can display data sets in a chart or a group of charts. Okay. So once I click over here, you guys can learn the basic concepts, the advanced topics. But for me now, I'm going to use the basic line chart. Okay. So I'll just click on the line chart option. And from here, you guys can see this is the pandas data frame over here. So if I don't want to put this, let's click on copy to the clipboard. Let's go to my VS Code. And what I'm going to do is let's click on enter. And from here, now I'm just going to put Control V. Okay. And after that, now let's come here and I am going to type import pandas as PD. Okay. So I'm going to import pandas as PD right over here. And as you guys can see, I do have a lot of these numbers. So what I can also do is I will just delete all these numbers and let's see in total of how many values over here I do have. So as this one was just a demo text. So let's delete this one. Let's delete this as well. Let's come here and let's just delete this one. Let's delete this as well. And over here now, I will just delete the minus option. Okay. Here, as you guys can see that uh, I do have how many values? Minus 15, 12.9, 7.2. Well, in total, I do have these four. Okay. So same goes over here. I do have four values. So in period, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type 4. Okay. So I'm just going to type 4 over here. And in this start date option, I'm going to put on some different date, whichever I want to put. Okay. So let's go with 2024 slash 01 slash or let me just put it in the normal way, which is 16 slash 05 hash 2024. Okay, so just a random date over here. And once you are done with this, as you guys can see, I do have put out the value, Control S to save this thing up. Okay, so as you guys can see, here it shows that the pandas dot underscore range is not defined. So what I need to do over here is over here, as you guys can see, after this date, and I have imported panda as PD. So I will just type PD right over here. Okay, so Control S to save it. Okay. Let's come down, Control S. Let's type and let's see how this actually works or not. Okay. So now let's come right over here. Let's go to my app and let's reload this. But here, as you guys can see, my app basically crashed. Okay. Because I do have put that particular value over here. So for that, now again, I do have to run this one. Okay, so I'm just trying to run it over here. And now let's see my app. It will basically show. Okay, so here you guys can see my app is being shown right over here. But you guys might be thinking, well, you did put your data over here, but where is all the values and where is basically the line graph? Okay, because I didn't put out the line graph over here yet. Okay, so for that, again, what I need to do is let me just go to my line Taipy, and over here you guys can see that here basically I do have the definition. So let's click on copy from here. Let's go to my VS Code. And what I'm gonna do is after putting out another title, okay? So over here, just underneath this particular button which I do have created, let's click on enter. I am going to put another title, okay, but here in the hovering text option, uh control C to copy, and let's come here, and I'm just going to put control V hover text, and in the hover text I want to type here is your chart of the product. Okay, so I just want to view this particular text, and after that, now let's come here, and now control V. Well, let's just delete this one. I already have copied this thing, so backspace again. Let's go to the website and again copy this one. Let's go to my VS Code. Let's click on enter, control V to paste it, and here you guys can see start equals to mode equals to line, x equals to data, y1 equals temperature, y2 is minimum, y3 max, line 1 dash color 2 blue, color 3 red over here, line 1 is equals to dash, and now what I'm gonna do is control S to save it up. Okay, and now, if I just follow this particular link, which is being generated over here in my terminal, most probably it should show me the line graph over here. Okay, so let's just wait. And here you guys can basically see that I do have my bar graph website. Okay, and once you just put this thing right over here. Here is your chart of the product is being written. Okay. So here you guys can see that I do have this particular line, and you guys can see once I just hover my mouse over to these places, you guys can see it also varies. Okay. So here you guys can see, so now let's say this is being created. Now I want to edit this line graph, which I do have over here. Okay. So as this line graph is over here, I want to edit this one. Let's go to my VS Code. And from my VS Code, the thing what I'm gonna do is I am gonna come here. And first of all, I am going to delete this temperature line. Okay, so now I have deleted this temperature line over here, and I will just edit the values. Okay, so let's go with 220, and I will just delete these minus options. Okay, let's go with uh 190.7. Then I will just go with 242.6. Let's go with 166.5, and maximum I will just come here for 20.2. Oh, God. Let's come here. Let's go with 3. 11. This all are basically just random numbers. Okay. So 444, 12.1, and I'll just go with 133.5. Okay, so as you guys can see right over here, now I do have mentioned all of these option and I have deleted the temperature. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the minimum price, this is the maximum price. Okay, and also let's see that how many values I have: 220, 190.7, 4 over here and 4 over here as well. Now let's come down over here, and what I'm gonna do is, as you guys can see, if you take out a closer look over here, I do have chart and the mode is lines, X is equal to data, and Y1 is equal to the temperature. Okay. So instead over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this one. Okay. So I'm just going to delete the y1 and I'm going to make this mean as y1, and I'm going to make y back as y2. Okay, and over here the line 1 will be represented by a dash and the color 2 will be blue, and over here as we don't need the color 3, okay, so I will just delete it. Okay, so let's delete this one. Right over here, let's click on Control S to save it. Okay, and now let's just come here. Let's click on follow link and let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so over here now, as you guys can see that here basically here also it have changed. Now I only have two variable. Okay, one is mean and the other one is back. Okay, and from here now if I just come here, if I just go over here on top, you guys can see the frequency is D. Okay, so over here, A, B, C, D is the frequency. But here, if I just came and if I just tell F, okay, the frequency is F, Control S, and now let's come here. And now if I just run this, here it is basically showing me an error. Okay, so over here now I will just delete this one. Let's go to my Visual Studio Code and I will just keep the frequency as D itself. Okay, so let me just keep this particular frequency as D. The minimum and the maximum price is imported. The color and everything is nice. Control S to save it. Now let's run this one. Okay, and now it might take some time and you guys can see it is getting loaded. And here you guys can see that over here now if I just hover my mouse over here, you guys can see that the value is changing. Okay, so over here on time, the value is changing. You guys can see 311.2. And if I just go to my Visual Studio Code here, you guys can see 311.2 and 412.1 if you do want to see. Okay, so let's go to the website, and from here, here you guys can see 412.1, and at start you do have 420.2, and here at last you do have 133.5, and also here 166.5, and also here in the mid option you do have 166.5 as well. Okay, so that is how you guys can also edit your line chart here in Taipy while creating your web page. Okay, so we have learned till this much, but now we are going to go in depth. Okay, so we are going to learn in depth. Let's say you have a set of data which is being changed on a lively basis. Okay, like you do have a set of live data, and those live data are being added, and you also want to show the changes over here on a live note. Okay, so if you guys have looked into different trading websites or trading pages, you guys will see the price of that particular product will change on a regular basis, okay, within 5 seconds, within 10 seconds. So we gotta learn about that as well, how to do so. Okay, so now let's go back into my VS Code, and here this is the code right now which I have. And now let's close this thing down and let's go to this line.type and let's go to visual elements. And from visual elements, now I am going to search for, so let's search for real time. Okay. So here you guys can see it is showing me real-time data visualization with multi-threading. Okay. So as you guys can see now, I do have this page, and if you just come down over here, you guys can see like here is the code for the sender.py. Okay. And also over here, you do have the receiver.py. Okay. So these are all the options over here. So for that now, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm just going to go to my VS Code, okay, and let's come here, and now I will just click on Control C, okay, so Control C to stop. Okay, so I do have stopped this page. So if I just go to my app right over here, and if I just reload this here, it won't be reachable. So for that, now let's come here, let's close this thing down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file. Okay, so the first file I'm going to name as sender.py, okay, which is a Python file. Let's click on enter. And inside this sender.py, let me just close down this terminal as well. And from here, now let's go to real-time data visualization, as I do have this code for the sender.py script. And here, what you guys can basically do is you guys can just get those from the socket, okay, all the information from the socket. So let me just copy this one, go to Visual Studio Code, Control V to copy. So over here, you guys can see it is basically going to generate some random numbers, okay, and each 5 seconds it is going to generate me some random numbers. Okay, so here I do have the sender.py, and now I am going to create another folder, and I'm going to name this one as receiver.py. Okay, so I do have the receiver.py file, and for that, again, let's come down, and first I will just import this. Let's click on copy. I have to copy all these four. So let's come here. Control V. Now let's just give up some space. Okay, so let's come here. And again, let's go to the website. And here you guys can see the receiver.py. And again, let's come here. Control V. Let's give out some space over here as well. And after that, I will just take or copy this function as well. Let's copy this one. Control V. Let's come down, backspace. And lastly, I'm going to copy this receiver data as well. So let's click on copy. Let's come here and Control V to copy as well. So here I do have all the options. Okay, so this is the receiver.py file, and this is the sender.py file. So now, let's come here. Let's go over here on top. And you guys can see inside the receiver.py, you have imported socket from threading. You have imported thread from typy.gui. You have imported GUI state and invoke callback and get state ID. So here is the host and basically the port as well. Okay, so underneath you do have the function on init, you do have the function of client handler, and also you guys can see that here the thread runs differently and also the receiver page basically runs different. Okay, so in the sender.py, you guys can see this is going to generate these random numbers, and what basically will happen is the sender.py page over here, it is going to basically generate some random number, and these random numbers are will be sent to the receiver.py page, and this receiver.py page will be rendering all of that numbers over here in your website. Okay, so for that now, what I need to do is I need to run this one at first. Okay, so let's see, I do have a click on the run option. Let's see how it actually works. Okay, so let's come here, this receiver.py. So I will just click on to the run option back again, and it might take some time to run it. And over here now, as I have run this one, you guys can see here it shows that it is not receiving any data yet. Okay, because now I did give the command that it will be saved or it will be receiving from where. So basically it will be receiving from my receiver.py file. So if I just come over here, and from here now, let's just create out a new terminal. And here, if I just type Python dot slash sender dot py, and if I just click on enter, okay, so m dot slash, so I will just type Python dot, or let's come here. So let's click on enter. Let's go with Python dot slash sender dot py, and here you guys can see that now this is being executed. And over here, if I just come here and if I just run this back again, okay, so let's go to this receiver file. Okay, so I'll just go to the receiver file, Control S. Okay, so again, let's try to run this one. And if I just click on follow the link, okay, here it's not showing me. Why so? Now, over here, you need to make sure that you control or save this sender.py file and then go to the receiver.py. And now you guys can just type Python dot, or dot here, basically in the terminal. Okay, so control S to save it. And over here, type Python space dot slash sender dot py. And now if you just click on enter, here it's just showing you some error as well. Okay, so no connection could be made because the target machine actively refuse. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to delete all of this. Now let's go to sender.py. Control S to save it. Let's go to receiver.py. Uh, New terminal, and from the new terminal, I am again going to type uh, Python dot slash sender dot py. Okay, so over here, if you just go to this particular website, and now if you just click on enter, you guys can see here it's showing me this particular error. Okay, because let me just run this thing first. Okay, so here as you guys can see now it shows me zero receiver data. Now let's come here, sender.py, control S to save it. Now receiver.py, let's create up a new terminal. Now Python dot slash sender dot py, and here now you guys can see it's sending 58. So if I just come here, now 69, so over here 69. So each 5 seconds it will basically change. So it is just sending all of this information right over here. So now it will show received 82, and here it is just changing the received data on a real time basis. Okay, so here you guys can see. So if you try to understand how it actually works, so the sender over here basically generates, and after that, what happens is the receiver basically renders the whole thing, and it shows you or it shows it inside the page itself. Okay. Now here from this receiver.py file, Control S to save it, and I have clicked Control C here in the terminal to stop this one. So now the question is that if we just go to the sender.py file, let me ask the question that will you guys be able to like create your own numbers or generate the numbers according to your liking, some random numbers according to your liking, let's say from 1 to 1000, let's say 2000 to 3000. Okay, so will you be able to do that? And the answer to that particular thing is yes, you will be able to do so. Okay. So for that, what you need to do is you need to come here. Let's say I will just copy this whole thing, Control C and Control V to paste it right over here again. And I'm going to name this variable as random number 1 and random number 2. Okay, so over here now in the rand int, I'm going to come here, and from here let's say I will just put 200 to 1200. Okay, so I'll just put this 200 to 1200 right over here, and after that I need to change this particular command as well. Okay, so over here it's s dot sandal, and over here as these are strings, I am going to create a f tag. Okay, so from here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and basically sandal, then open parenthesis, and inside I will just type f double quote, and inside that what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to have the curly braces open, Okay, so let me just add out the curly braces. Okay, and inside the curly braces, I'm going to put out both of these variables. So the first one I'm going to put is random underscore number one. Okay, so random underscore number one, and after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and now I'm just going to put out a comma, and again the curly braces, and I'm just going to put, or let's come here, let's give a space over here as well. Let's type random underscore number two. Okay, so here you guys can see the F string, and I do have random underscore number one, comma random underscore number two, and over here after the curly braces, you guys can see I do have the double quote, and what I'm gonna do is I am going to delete this one. Okay, so I have deleted this one, then I do have dot encode, and over here I do have the parenthesis, and the parenthesis of the F string is being closed over here as well. Okay, so now also inside the print option, you guys can see sending colon random number one. I'll put random number one. And after that, what I'm gonna do is I am going to come here, and now I will just space separate this one. Okay. Then curly braces random underscore number two. And here you guys can see now this is being saved. And over here, what it will basically do is it will just produce these random numbers here for me. Okay, so the with socket is imported as s. So now once I do have generated this one, okay, so now I will not run it first, okay, because here from the receiver.py file, what I need to do is I need to check here the function of the client handler, because I do have added somewhere the data decode. Okay, so okay, the data decode option is right over here. And in case of integer, as now you need to understand that we are not putting integer anymore. So we are just putting on the string. So the str right over here. And also receive data. Instead of receive data, let's put double quote. And I will just put no data over here. And control S to save it. And once you have saved it up, what you need to do is you need to run this Python file. Okay, so let's come here, and what I need to do is str.data, and again let's click on run option, and it might take some time, and let's go to the sender.py file as well, and I will just run this one over here. Okay, so let's come here and let's run this one, but here it's showing me some error as well. Okay, self dot underscore target enable trace malloc to get object allocation trace back. So receiver dot py first off sender dot py receiver dot py over here no data str underscore data dot decode. So now over here, first make sure to run this one, save this file and run this one, then go to the receiver.py, set this one to strdata.decode, and after that, where the received data was equal to 0, give quotation and type no data. Okay. So once this is done, what you need to do is you click on run. Okay. And it will basically redirect you to this received data page. Okay. And here you guys can see the random numbers. So over here, 77. And the second one is 1102. Here it's 5 and 258. Okay, because if you just take out a look here, if I just check my sender page here, you guys can see my sender is actually producing a lot of these random numbers. Okay, so if you just go on to my sender page, okay, here on my sender page, basically you guys can see the first random number will be between 1 to 100, and the second random number is going to be from 200 to 1200. So you guys can actually create a multiple of this, and you guys can see it will keep on producing that for yourself right over here. So till here, we do have understood about the usage of the sender.py and receiver.py function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come right over here in this particular terminal, and I'll just click on Control C to stop it, and also receiver.py, Control C to stop this one as well. Okay. So from here now, why did I show you guys this sender and receiver option? Because now what we're gonna do over here is what is the actually usage of the GIU? Okay, what we are going to do. So now over here, all this data which I will input, and once I click on submit, I want all these things to get saved in a data set. Okay, so that's what I basically want, and I'll be showing you guys how to do that right over here. So now, to do that, the first thing what I'm going to do is let's minimize this one, and let's come here in the main file. Okay, so make sure to stop your sender.py and receiver.py using Control plus C if you're still running, because this is a pretty big project and you might forget, but just with a small mistake, you might get confused a little bit. So let's come right over here. And now, as you guys can see over here, what I'm going to do is, as I do have this particular function, which is the product one function, I'm going to run state in this. Okay. So let's come here. Let's type state. And what I'm going to do is I am going to print state over here as well. So print parenthesis uh, state. Okay, so I have mentioned state right over here, and Control S to save it. And now if I just go to my page over here, and if I just reload this page, you guys will be able to see that it will basically be reloaded. And now, as I do have all of these inputs, so if I just click on submit, and after clicking on submit over here, you guys can see the input has been submitted, and also over here the object is basically returned. Okay, the state object is returned. So using this, we gonna work. But first off, now what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to create another file. Okay, so I will just click on this new file, and I'll just name this particular file as my underscore data.txt. Okay, so I'm just going to save it as a txt file. Okay, again, let's go to my file.py. But here, what does this state basically does? Okay, so now if you just go to this receiver, and if I just come down, Okay, so here you guys can see, here basically they do update the value. So state dot received underscore data. Okay, so over here you guys can get any kind of data which you have basically stored. Okay, so over here also you guys can see, in this particular function also they do have the state ID. Okay, and there you guys can just recall the state. So again, for that, I will just go to my main file .py, and now I can just recall anything right over here. Let's say if I do want to get the path, if I do want to get the name of the product, the max product, and the minimum product price, I can basically get all of those right over here. Okay. So now let's work towards that. And what I'm gonna do is over here, as you guys can see, I do have the input, but using the state, I am going to first get the path. So state dot path. Okay. So over here, you guys can see under the path option, I do have my logo. Okay. So I want to recall that state dot path. Let's click on enter. And over here, I will just print open parenthesis. And after that, I am also going to get state dot company, or uh, I will just type Mac underscore product. Okay. So now as you guys can see, I do have this Mac underscore product over here as well. So control S to save it. Okay. So control S to save it. And now if I just go to my website right here, and let's reload this one, reload the existing page which I had. And now if I just click on submit, and if I just go to my VS Code, here you guys can see in my input here, the first thing it's providing me is your input has been submitted option. And next it is providing my logo.png file, which is the one which I called using the state.path, because under path, I do have my logo.png, and next thing it's providing me the max product value. Okay, in this max product variable, the value which I have, it is actually showing me that one. But now what exactly I want to do is the value which I see over here, I want to save those values right over here in my mydata.txt file. Okay, so for that now I need to uh, create up another function basically. So let's click on enter. Now let's go with the backspace, or let's come here. Let's click on enter, and from here inside this particular function, I will just type with open. Okay, so I will just use this open option, and now let's open parenthesis, and now let's use the double quote, and I will just name my txt file. So that is my underscore text, or my underscore data dot txt. Okay, which is the name of this particular file. And after that, am going to use a comma. And after using the comma, let's give it a space. Let's open the double quote, and I'm just going to use this W over here. Okay. And after that, let's give it up a space, and I want to put this one as a F. Okay. Now I will just close this down with a colon. And after that, let's click on enter, and I'm going to type f dot write, because over here I do have mentioned this one as f. So I'm running this same function, which is f dot write. And after that, let's open the parenthesis. And after opening up the parenthesis, I'm again going to call the f. Then I'll just open out the double quote which I had, and inside that again I'm going to open the first bracket. Okay, so this one is not going to be a parenthesis, but over here now I'm going to call the curly braces. Okay, so I'm opening up the curly braces, and inside the curly braces, as I do want these three things or these three variables, which is first the name product, the max product, and the min product variable. So for that, now I have to type state dot name underscore product, and now I want to put them as comma separated values. Okay, again I will just open up the curly braces, and I'm just going to go with state dot max underscore product, and after that let's put out a comma, and again I am going to open up the curly braces, and once I put out the curly braces right over here, I'm going to type state dot min underscore product, and once this is done I do have this one closed, and also this is closed with a parenthesis. So now let's click on Control S to save this thing up, and as you guys can see here now I do have opened my data.txt file, and it will basically be saved over here, and the three values which I want to save, which will be saved inside the variable, is name underscore product, max underscore product, and min underscore product. Okay, so now let's go back to the website, and from here now let's reload this particular web page, and from here, as you guys can see, I do have the name of the product as Apple, max price of the product 200, min price of the product 120. And if I just click on submit, now let's go to my VS Code. And over here, if I just go to my data.txt file, this thing have basically been changed. Okay. So the same way, if I come here, if I just click on submit back again, and here you guys can see the file is being basically being saved. Okay, so now let's delete this data, and over here if I just go to my main file, Control S, and let's go back right over here again. Let's just reload this particular page. Now you guys already have seen that particular page, they don't have anything yet. Okay, so over here in my data.txt file doesn't have anything, and if I just come here, if I just click on submit, now let's come here, and my data.txt file, and if you just recall this one, that particular file will basically be saved, or that particular value will basically be saved. Okay, so let's go with 100, and if I just click on submit, okay, main dot file. Okay, sometimes you guys might face this issue. Okay, so if you just face this same problem, what you guys can do, you guys can just close this one, and basically you guys can just run all of this back again. And once you have run this one, now let's come here, let's just reload this file. Okay, so just reload this file, and if you just click on to the submit option, and let's go to the VS file, and over here basically your data will be saved. Okay, so min product over here, and as I do have changed the value, let's come here, let's go with 120 back again, and I can just delete this whole thing back again to show you guys from the very beginning. Let's close out the terminal as well. Control S to save it. Go to new terminal. And from the new terminal, let's try to run this one. Okay. So as you guys can see, and I will just come here and I will just click on to follow the link. Okay. So now I do have this website which I had created. Now, if I just click on submit and if I just go to my data.txt, I don't know why it my values are not getting saved over here. Okay, so let's start. I will just delete this one. And from here, I am going to create up a new data.txt or data or my underscore data dot txt, and here it is being saved in my data dot txt file, as you guys can already see right over here. Okay, so my data dot txt file, and here it basically shows the value which I had. Okay, so the same way, if you do multiple values, you guys can actually have multiple values. If you just change out the variable and if you just click on submit, all this data will be submit inside this my underscore data.txt file, and you can name anything to your file the way you want it. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. And I hope to see you all in the next chapter. And I hope that you guys try to understand and try to do, because in your way of doing this thing, you guys will basically face a lot of problem. Because if you just miss one thing, okay, one simple thing, let's say one parenthesis or one tag over here, your whole code won't work. Okay, so make sure to run it. And if there is any kind of error, it will basically show you guys in the terminal. But if sometimes it's not working, make sure to rerun your project back again. Okay, so yeah, take care everyone. See you all in the next chapter, and keep on learning and keep on creating studying website using Taipy and Python. So take care. See you all in the next chapter. Hello everyone, and welcome you to another chapter of building website using Python. Okay, so if you guys might be thinking that how you are going to create a full website using Python and Anvil, here is the class for you where I'm going to show that how to build a full website with Python using the Anvil framework. Okay, so this is very important class and it is going to be very easy to understand. This particular framework actually helps a lot. If you know only Python, you guys can actually create up a practical web application for yourself. So we won't waste much time over here and we'll get started on how to make a website using Python and Anvil. So first things first, what you need to do over here is, as you guys can see, now I'm here in my search engine, which is the Google search engine. You guys can use any, and from here you need to type anvil dot work. Okay, so once you type anvil.work, let's click on enter, and basically it will redirect me to a page. So over here you guys can see that I do have this particular page right over here, and from here now I will just click on start building. And over here, if you have not logged in, okay, so I'll be showing you guys basically how to do so if you just come over here into my account, and let's say I will just sign out, and from here now let's click on sign up. And over here, basically, you guys can just put up your email address, basically set up a password, then confirm it and sign up. Otherwise, if you want to sign in with your GitHub, you guys can do that. Otherwise, if you want to sign up with your Google account, you guys can also do it with your Google account as well. Okay. So once you log in into your Anvil account, this is the type of interface that you guys are going to face. Okay. So basically, if you want to create a website, there are a lot of templates from which you guys can choose from. Here, you guys can see that there are a lot of templates. Okay, there is this dashboard one. There is this dashboard database back app. There is this particular dashboard if you want to create a survey form and stuff. Okay, you guys can do it from here. But instead of from here, if you want to create a blank app, in that case, what you need to do is you need to click on blank app, and from here, you guys can choose any one of it. Okay, so here are also different kind of theme. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to choose the very basic one, which is the material design 3. So let's click on this one, and it might take up some time to get started. Okay, so you guys can choose any theme, whichever one you like, and you guys can see my interface is basically being launched right over here. So on my screen, as you guys can see that I do have this particular page. And once I click on this one, first thing first, I'm going to change the name of this particular app. Okay. So I'm going to type this one as Python and Anvil tutorial. Okay. And also over here, if you want to enter a title for your app, or if you want to add a description for your ad, you guys can do that. Okay, which we'll be learning later. So these are a few of the general settings. Okay, so now, if you take a look on the left hand side, here you guys can see I do have a lot of things. There are these basic components. All of this tool I will be able to use. Okay, but again now over here, as I've already showed you guys that you guys can provide an app name. Let's say instead of Python and Anvil tutorial, if I just put let's say this particular folder is for creating a app for, let's say, Astro office party, and I will just enter a title. Okay, Astro office party 2040. Okay, so I will just, you can join us in our 20th anniversary of the company. Okay, or I will just control Z, office body 2020 or 2040, and I will just type you can join us in our 20th 20th office anniversary. And over here in the title, I will tell that celebrating the togetherness and I will just use the exclamation. Okay. So as you guys can see, the name of the app is Astrox Office Party 2040. Celebrating the togetherness, you can join us in our 20th office anniversary. And over here, you can also change the image. Let's say if I just click on upload, let's go to desktop. And from here, let's take this image. Let's see. The file is too large for our asset. Okay, so try reducing the size. So you need a particular size of an image. Website prefer logos that are 512 into 512 pixels. Okay, so you guys can just change anything right from here. Okay, so now let's come here, and once you are done, you guys can just click on enter. Otherwise, you guys can just close out this general option. And now again, let's go to the form. Okay, so let's go to the form one. And as you guys can see over here inside the basic components option, I do have a lot of these tools. So here you do have the Anvil.label tool. Okay, so if you guys see, this is the label tool. Once you hover your mouse on top of those items, you guys can see the name. Here you do have the Anvil dot button. Here you do have the text box. And over here, if you do want to place out any link, here you do have that particular option. This is the rich text, the text area. If you want to add checkbox and stuff, here you do have all those options. So first of all, let me add up a level. So how you guys will be able to do that is just drag and drop it the place where you want. Okay. And once you have done this one, here you guys can also see that you do have the option of creating up the text. Okay. So let's say over here, I want to type enter your name. Okay, so you guys can see inside this particular label key, I do have put enter your name, and also now let's just save it right over here. And if you do want to check how it actually looks, you guys can just go to this run option from over here top. So if you click on run in a new tab, you guys will be able to see that how this particular app basically looks at this point of time. Okay. So now I will just click on run in a new tab, and you guys can see here now I do have basically the title of my page. Okay. So over here now it's taking a bit of time to load it in a new tab. Okay. So I will just wait. And here, as you guys can see, at this particular point of time, this is how my app basically looks like. Okay, so it is going on well for now. And once you have done this one, now what I'm going to do is I am going to add out a text box as well. So now over here, as I already have put out this particular level, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to put out a text box underneath here. Okay. So for that, now let's bring this text box and let's place it just underneath right over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type your name. Okay. So over here now, if I just click outside and let's come down. Okay, you guys can see there are this lot of options. So appearance properties, how it will look. Do you want the interaction enabled or not? Okay, so I have put this one up. Let's go to this file. And now if I just reload this, this is how it's going to look. Okay, but over here, what I want to do is as this is basically the label, I want to increase the size of this label And basically, I do want to decrease the size of this one. Okay. So in that case, what I'm going to do is go back again to the website. I will select my label. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here into this font size. Okay. So there are different options. Okay. So if you do want to use icons, and over here, if you do want to align it to the left or to the right, okay. So if you do want to align it over here in the center or in the right, you guys can do that. Okay. So let me just come here. Let me just align it to the left itself. But here also you guys can just write the font. Okay. What kind of font you guys are looking for. But for me, I am just going to increase the font size basically. Okay. So let me just put out 24. Okay, and also I want to make this a bit bold. Okay, so I will just make this one a bit bold, and let's decrease this. uh let's go with 18. And now I'm just going to go to this text box, and from here now I am going to just increase the font size, let's say to 14. Okay, so I'll just put 18 and 14 right over here. And now again, if I just come here and now let's click on enter, and this is how my website is basically looking like. Okay, so if you do want to put out any values, you guys will be able to put out the values right over here. So now again, let's go back here. And now the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop more label. So let's go to the label option. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to drop a label right over here. And let me just set the setting of the font size, which is around 18. Okay, so I'm just going to add a level which is 18. Let me just put out the text. And over here, the question I am going to ask is, let me make it bold as well. So now let's come here on top, and I'll just type enter your department. So as you guys can see now over here, the next question which I asked over here is enter your department. Because as you guys have already seen that we are basically making office party page, celebrating the togetherness. You can join us in our 20th office anniversary. Okay, so let's come here. Now let's go to this form one, back again, and let's add out our text box. So I will just come here and let's add a text box just underneath. And I'm going to set the options of the text box. So let's come down, and font size, I'm going to put it uh, 14. Okay, so 1 4, and no bold text. And over here inside this text or placeholder option, I will just your department. Okay, so I'll just put your department over here. Let's see that the font size is basically 14. So as you guys can see now, I do have the first question, which is enter your name, enter your department. Then I do have the text box. And now the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another level. Okay. So over here, I'm going to add this particular level. But here now, I am just going to ask a question. And after that, I am going to add some checkbox. Okay. So for that, now I am going to keep the font size somewhat around 14. And over here in the text option, I will just ask, are you bringing more than three family members, and I will just put out a question mark. And as you guys can see, as this is a question, I'm gonna come here and I'm going to make this bold as well. Okay, so I'm just going to make this thing bold right over here. And once this is done, I am going to add out a checkbox. Okay, so over here now, I'm just going to add a checkbox, and I am going to add another checkbox underneath here as well. So let's go to the first checkbox, and inside the text, as you guys can see, you guys can change font. If you want to make it italics and stuff, you guys can also do that. But instead, what I will do here is I am going to type first, yes, and in the second text box, I am going to type no. Okay. So as you guys can see, I do have this checkbox. So from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reload this website, and this is how it will actually look. So enter your name, enter your department, and are you bringing more than three family members? Yes or no. So till this much, it's basically done right over here. Okay. And also now, if you just go to this adding components option here under the theme components, you guys can see that there are different options. Like if you want the outline button, if you want to outline text box, here you do have it under basic components. You do have the level. If you want to create a button as well, you guys can do that. Okay, there is rich text, and there is checkbox which I have already shown you. And if you want to have some drop down options, let's say if you want to give multiple options to a particular answer, you guys can use this drop down option. And also for the side panel, you guys can also do that. Okay, so now what I am going to do over here is I'm going to put out an outline button. Okay, so I'll just drag this one, and basically I will bring this outline button right over here. And after that, in the text, I'm going to name this one as submit. Okay, so I'll just put submit, and also over here, if you do want to change the icon, okay, you guys can actually change out the icon. The interaction is enabled, and let me align it to the left hand side. Okay, and after that, now if you do want to make it bold, you guys can just make it bold as well. And here you do have the user data, the container. Okay, if you do want to change the background, okay, you guys can just check out the background of the whole thing. Okay, so let me just keep this one as default. Okay, so here you guys can see the row background. Okay, so now you guys can also change the font color. And what I can do is if you do want me to come here, if you want me to check out the padding as well, okay, I can also do that. Okay, so there is outline button, outline text box, and in basic components here, you do have this other button as well. Okay, like if you want to add some button right over here, you guys can add all this button as well. And again, you guys can delete those things right over here. So I do have my submit button here as well. If you want to customize the HTML, you guys can also customize the HTML option. And let's say here you do have the properties. Uh, Under the other, you do have the options. Let's say I'll just select this one. And here you guys can just change the name as well, text box. more appearance properties, you guys can just check out the background. Okay, so if you want to fill this one, okay, you guys can just fill this one as well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's make it by default. And from outline button, if you want to make this one out of filled button, you guys can also make it out of filled button as well. And basically you guys can just change this color accordingly. Okay, so that is how it's going to look. Okay, so you guys can just work with all these options. So, still here, I hope you guys have understood. And this is quite easy basically to do. Now, again, from the basic components, here you guys can see drop title here. I will just take this level, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to keep it over here. And I'm going to just name the company name. Okay, so let's come here under the text option, and let me just name this one as astrock, or let's say, let me just use all caps, astrock group limited. Okay, so I will just use this one. Let's say if I just select this one also, okay, if you do want to change the background color or you want to change the foreground color, you guys can do that. And now let's come here, and let me just make this one bold as well. And for font size, now let me just go with 26. Okay, so I'm just going to make this one as 26. And now over here also in the drop links option over here, I am going to put out label. So let's come here, and in the first option, I'm going to name this one as, in the text, let's type home, and let's increase the font size. Okay, let me just go with 16. And again, over here, I am going to add another box, and I am going to name this one as about us. And here, let me also check the font size. I'm going to put as 16. So let me just put 16 over here. And again, I'm just going to add another. So I will just type help. So if the need help regarding anything, so I'll just create this help option. Now let's come down, and in the font size, I'm going to put 16, and this is how it actually looks. Okay. So now if I just come right over here and reload my web page, you guys can see here I do have the company name, and on the side you guys can see I do have these three options, which is home, about us, and help. And under here now I also have my button. Okay, so I'm just working on the UI of this particular app right over here. And also there are a lot of things that you guys can basically do. Let's say you want to add out a title over here, that also you guys will be able to do it. And lastly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a title over here. Okay, so in this particular point, and after that, I won't be wasting much time. Okay, so over here now in the text, uh, I will just type join our celebration. Okay, so I'll just type this thing up, and let me just put out the exclamation. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to align it over here in the center. And at the same time, I am going to increase the font size. Okay, so I'm just going to increase the font size, maybe uh, 34, and I'm going to make it bold as well. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. So now if I just go back to the website and if I just rerun this one, here you guys can see this is how my page is going to look like. So join our celebration, enter your name, enter your department. Are you bringing more than 3 family members? Yes or no. And once you have filled up everything, you guys can just click on the submit button. So as this part is done now, we working on our UI is done, and now we are going to work on our data set. So if I just click on the data, here you guys can see that there is option add a new table and add database option. So over here, basically, they already do have a default database, but instead what I'm going to do is I am going to click on add new table. Let's click on add column. And now let's come here and I'm just going to name this one as name. Let's click on OK. Let's add column 2. And I'm going to name this one as department. And this column will be a text again. Let's click on OK. And lastly, column 3. Over here, I am going to name family members. Select a type and I will select true or false. And I'll just click on OK. So over here, as this is basically done, and if you do want to add more, you guys can come here and you guys can basically add more options here as well. So once this is done now, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to come here in the app, and now in the app option, I am going to add the server module. Okay. So most of us, maybe you guys don't know how a server basically works, how the front end and how the back end works. So basically what happens is that the server basically works on the front end and the back end basically stores the password and all the other information. So it basically sends it. And over here, you guys can see here, it also shows that this is a server module and it runs on the Anvil server rather than in the user's browser. Okay, so it doesn't run in the user's browser as the user is me over here, and it allows anvil.server.call to call functions here. So over here, if you want to call up a function at anvil.server.callable is being used. And you guys can also replace this one with your own. Okay, so there is this particular example which you guys can use. And now over here, I am going to start writing that. So I will just put at anvil.server.callable. Okay, so I will just type this and I will just come here and let's type def, okay, which is calling a function. So now, after writing def, I will just type submit and let's open parenthesis. And after opening up the parenthesis, here you guys can check the content of table 1. Okay, so I'll just put up the variable as name, department, and family members. So I'm just going to type name, comma, department, comma, family members. Okay, so now let's come here, let's put a colon, and now I will just type pass for now because once you come here and once you click on the submit button, these particular three things will be run. So I'll just run pass over here and from the client code, I will just go to the form one and from form one, once I click on the submit button and I will just come here and I will just run this click event. Okay. So over here now, as you guys can see, default outline button underscore one underscore click self event arc. This method is called when the button is clicked. So now, once I'm over here into my form one split option, from here, what I'm going to do is let's come right here, and I'm just going to type name equals to self dot, and I need to make sure that I do know the name. Let's go to the user interface, and here this is self dot text underscore box underscore one. Okay, so again I will just go back over here into the split option, text box one dot text. Okay, and after that I'm going to come down and I'm just going to type department equal to self dot text underscore box underscore two dot text. Okay, and now let's click on enter. Lastly, as I do have this one over here, okay, this particular checkbox, and I'm going to name this one as family members, which I have did in my table. So family members equal to self dot, let me just check it from the user interface. Okay, so check underscore box underscore one, check underscore uh check check underscore box underscore one. Okay, so over here, let me just root family underscore members. Okay, or let me just come here into the server module, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna type members over here, and also here in the table I'm going to rename it, and I'm just going to go with members. Okay, so this is less confusing. So members over here in the form one, we'll just only go with members dot checked. Okay, so this is going to be dot check members equals to self dot check underscore box underscore one dot checked. Okay, so this is the function right over here. So from here now I will come and I will just type app underscore tables dot table one, which is the name of my table. Okay, so after that I will just put dot and I will just put the add row. Okay. And here, what I'm going to do is, as I do have these three options, name, department, and members, I'm going to put out the value, which is name equals to name, comma, department equals to department, comma, members equal to members. Okay. So I have already fulfilled all these options. Okay. So you guys can see I do have added this row. And now once I have done this one in the server module, I will go to the form one. And from the form one, what I'm going to do is I am going to basically type those things down. Okay. So from here, I will just call the Anvil. Okay. So let's come here. Let's click on enter and I'll type Anvil dot server dot call. Okay. So I will just go with Anvil dot server dot call. Let's open parentheses. And over here, I will just call for the function which is submit. Okay, so over here, as you guys already know in the server module, def submit is basically a function. So again, let's go to form one and I'll just put comma. And after that, I am going to put out all the values, which is name equals to name, comma, department equals to department, comma, members equal to member. So now, as this is done into the server module, let's go to the form one. And from here, basically what I can do is let's increase it right from here. And now I want to also add a notification bar. Okay, so let me just type notification. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the quotation. Let me just go with the double quote and I'll type your response has been submitted. Okay, because I also want the person who is actually entering the value to know that his response has been submitted. Okay, so I will just put dot show. Okay, and this is basically done. Okay, so let me just keep it right over here. And basically, if I just come here, if I just run this one, let's say I will just go John Department IT, IT, and if I just click on yes, and once I click on submit, let's see how it actually works. Okay, so here you guys can see it is just taking some time to record my response. And if there is any kind of error, we will see about that. And here you guys can see there what that your response is submitted. Okay, so now let's go over here. And after that, now as you guys can see, we will go into our data set. Okay, so I will just go to the data set and I'll just click on the table, and here you guys can see my response is actually been recorded. So if you want to refresh your database, you guys can actually refresh your database as well. Okay. So again, I will come here and I'll just refresh this one. And over here now, let me type with some negative options. So I will just type print department HR and I won't tick mark this particular checkbox and I'll just click on submit. And here it shows that your response has been submitted. And from here now, if I just go here and you guys can see my table has been updated and here you guys can see this checkbox is not marked. Okay. So this is how it actually works. And you guys can actually create up a page quite of your own. Okay. So this is how the user interface looks like. And all the responses, whatever you guys will basically give, it will be saved over here. So you guys can create this type of simple website using Anvil and using some basic Python, which I have already showed you how to do that. Okay, so we have learned how to work in the server module, creating a data set, working with Python in the form one. Once you split your page, you guys can see all the options, how to add your variables and stuff, how to call your variables over here in Anvil. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. And I hope this class was helpful. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of building website using Python tutorial. So now this is the chapter number 7 where I'll be using or creating a login form using the Python Tkinter. So basically, Python Tkinter is a graphic which we are going to use to create a interactive uh, Python login form. So let's not waste time and let's get started. Over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I will just come here and from my PC, I will just basically go to my command prompt. Okay. So you guys can go to your command prompt or let's say this is the resource file. And from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create up a new folder. Okay. So I will just like interactive form using Tkinter. And now I will just go inside this particular file. Let's go to show more options. And I'm going to open this particular location over here. And from here, now I want to open my Jupyter notebook. Okay. So I will be doing this one inside my Jupyter notebook. So let the Jupyter notebook get launched. And also you guys can open your Jupyter notebook if you do have Anaconda. But you guys can just easily open it from your command prompt once your Anaconda and Jupyter notebook is installed. Okay. So from here, the first thing I will just click on new, and from new, I will just click on notebook. If you do want to decrease the size, so control minus for that. And the first thing, once I open my Jupyter notebook, is I will just change the name. Okay. So what I'm gonna name this one is Tkinter tutorial. And let's rename this one. And after that, first I am going to import the Tkinter module. And after that, I am going to import the message box module as well. Okay. So first, let's type import Tkinter, and I will just type import, and I will use the star. Okay. And now over here, I am going to put out star. Let's click on enter, and this Tkinter model is used to create a graphical window, and the message box is used to display the messages in the stream. Okay, so the things which we are basically importing over here. So one is used for a graphical window and the other one is used to display the messages in the script. Okay, so over here again I'm going to type import Tkinter dot message box as MB. Okay. And after that, what I'm going to do is I am going to basically create a class. Okay. And also we need to declare the function. So using any function, we can basically do the most major part of the particular uh, tutorial. Okay. So now from here, now I will name this one class login ID. Okay, so I will just name this one as login ID. And now I'm going to open this parenthesis and I'm going to name this one as frame. Okay, so once you have done this one, let's come here and let's put the colon. Now let's give it up a space and I will just define the function. So I'll just type def underscore underscore in it underscore underscore. Now let's open parenthesis and from here I will just type self comma master, and after that I will just use the colon. Now let's type super. Let's open parenthesis and after that I will just put full stop, and now again underscore underscore in it underscore underscore. First I will be putting master inside the parenthesis, so I'll just put out master, and now again I'll just click on enter, and I'm just going to use self dot label. Okay, so self dot label underscore username equal to label, and after that I'm going to open the parenthesis again and let's type self comma text is text is equal to, and after that I will open the single bracket. So now over here inside the text I am going to mention, let's say, username, and after that let's put out a comma, and now I am going to write the font I am going to use equal to, let's open the bracket and now double quote, and over here first I need to mention that what type of font I do want to use. Let's go with the Times New Roman, And also I can choose the size. Let's go with 18. Okay. So I will just go right over here. Let's just select this one, Control C, and now let's click on enter and Control V. So the same way I'm going to put Control V right over here back again, self level. And now instead, what I'm going to do over here is instead of username, I'm going to type password. Okay. So password equals to label and self text instead of the username in the text. I am going to type a password, okay? Or you guys can also use the small caps over here. But no worries with that. Now, the next thing what I will do is I will just come down, okay? Otherwise, let's go back. Let's come or let's click on tab. And from here, now I will mention the self entry. Okay. So self entry underscore username is equal to entry self. And again, let's type self dot entry underscore password equal to entry self. Okay. So now let's come here. Let's click on enter. Let's click on enter. Let's click on double tab. And after that, I am basically going to make sure that I keep on the alignment. Okay. So over here, I need to make sure that I will keep on the alignment. And after creating all these entry boxes, as I was telling that we need to align our levels in the login form. So alignment is an important process over here. Okay. And also here we need to make sure that we create the entries in the entry boxes and we are going to type our username and password. So these are few of the important functions of the entries that we need to keep in our mind. Okay. So now let's come over here and let's go to this particular option. And from here, make sure to type self dot label underscore username dot greet. Let's open parenthesis and I'll just type row equals to 0, comma, sticky equal to E. And after that, I'm going to just copy this whole thing, Control C, Control V, and again Control V, and again Control V. Okay. So over here, self.label, username.greet, and over here now I'm going to change this one from username to password. Okay, for the alignment dot greet is fine. And over here, I need to make sure that I will put this one in row one and sticky E is fine. Okay, so now in this second two, I will just put on column. Okay, so I'm going to put row 0 and column 1. And over here now, let's put row 1 and column 1. Okay. So I will also change the text. So just look at this particular process quite easily. You guys will be able to make this one. And over here also you need to make the changes. Okay. So I will just type password right over here. As you guys can see, self level underscore username dot read zero number no and sticky e over here in the password option as well, but the row number is one. Here the row number is below and the column is one over here, and row one and column one right here as well. And once you are done, what you need to do is you need to come here and basically now after working on with the input, you need to create up a button. Okay, so self dot button is equal to button. Let's open parenthesis. Let's go with self comma text equal to login. And after that, I will just use another comma, and the command I'm going to use is equal to self dot login. And now let's click on enter. And lastly, I will align this as well, which is self button dot grid. And I'll just open parenthesis and I can type column pan equal to 2. So now, once I am done creating the button, now let's come down. Let's click on tab and let's go with self dot pack. Let's open the parenthesis, and over here now I am basically going to define the space. Okay. So over here, I do need to define this particular function, which I have right over here. We need to assign some of the predefined values to username and password. Basically, like if the username is actually correct, it is going to display some messages which I will give in for the login messages, and if it those things are wrong, it is going to show different login messages. So how to do so? Okay, we are going to learn about that. So for that, first of all, what I need to do is I need to define a function which is def, and I am going to type login. Let's open parenthesis, and now I am going to type self. Okay, so I will just close this down with column. Let's click on enter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to type username equal to self dot entry underscore username dot get. Let's close parenthesis. And again, now I will just click on uh, this one. Let's close this thing down. Let's type username dot get. Let's open the double quote. Now let's click on enter. And over here now password equal to self dot entry, because you have to enter it by yourself underscore password dot get. And let's have this double parenthesis. Okay. So now I will just click on enter, and I'll just click on enter again. Let's click on the tab. Okay. So I'll just click on the tab option, and I'm going to use the if statement. So I'll tell that if, let's open parenthesis, that the username, and now over here, let's type username and equal to, I'm going to set out a username as well. Okay, let's go with Henry. Okay, so my username is basically going to be Henry, and okay, so I'll just type and right over here, and you can just use a space in between. Okay, and after that I will just type a password, then equal to. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with the single quote, and I'm going to write uh, A, or let's say A, B, C. Okay, so this is going to be my password. Okay, and now here I am going to type mb dot show info, and let's open parenthesis, and now here I am going to give the condition. Okay, so let's open the single bracket, let's go with login, and after that I will just separate these values using comma, then the double, and I will just type uh, logged in successfully. Okay, so I'll just type logged in successfully, and now let's come here, let's click on enter, and let's go back, and from here now if I just click on tab, I'm going to type L, and again over here I will just type mb dot show info, let's open parenthesis, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, I'm going to use the single quote, and let's type login comma check your credential credentials. So here you guys can see that the username is Henry and the password is ABC. And here I'm telling that if both of these statements are correct, okay, if the username and the password is correct, then it will show me that logged in successfully. Else, it will show me check your credentials. And after that, you need to make sure that you type AK equals to TK, login equals to login AK, and you do have this AK inside bracket, then you need to run this AK dot main loop. So this is the whole code over here. Okay, so here you guys can see class is login act, and over here you do have the frame from Tkinter. You have imported Tkinter dot messages as MB, and after that, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to run this cell. And now let's open this one, and I will just type uh, Henry, and in password I am going to type ABC. If I just on login, here it's showing me logged in successfully. So I'll just click on OK, and I hope you guys have understood this particular class on how you will be able to create a login page over here in Python using Tkinter. So I hope this class was clear, and I hope you guys have learned throughout this class about creating website using Python and different frameworks with Python. So keep on practicing and keep on learning more about Python and its usages. Take care, everyone.